Historic Landmarks Commission, November 19th, 2025. Let's start with a roll call.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I will begin with Chair Grumbine.
Present.
Vice Chair Uli.
Present.
Commissioner Butler.
Here.
Commissioner Dorden.
Here.
Commissioner Drury.
Here.
Commissioner Ensberg.
Present.
Commissioner Lenvik.
Present.
And Commissioner Lodge.
Here.
We have a quorum. Thank you.
All right, great. Let's go on to item A, public comment. Any member of the public may address the commission for up to 2 minutes on any item that is within our jurisdiction that is not on this agenda. So anything that's not on this agenda that you want to talk about. Is there anyone in the room?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. At this time, I don't have any speaker slips for public comment under general. If anyone in the room would like to speak, you can approach the podium at this time. And I will remind the audience that if you would like to speak on a specific item on this agenda, you can fill out a speaker slip that's on the pink clipboard on that side of the room, and you can bring that up to me and I will call your name. But if I'm not seeing any movement, we do not have any participants online, and we did not receive any written correspondence under general, so I'll give it back to you.
All right. So we'll go on to item B then, approval of the minutes of Historic Landmarks Commission meeting of November 5th, 2025.
So moved.
Motion, do I have a second? Sorry, did someone second it down there?
Second down,
Yeah,
way
all right.
over here.
Commissioner Drury, do you have your mic on?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good.
Second.
There we go. There's a good strong second. All right, under discussion, any edits, revisions? Everyone good? All right, great. So we have a motion and a second. Let's have a roll call vote, please.
Thank you. I'll begin with Commissioner Butler.
Yes.
Commissioner Dorden.
Yes.
Commissioner Drury.
Abstain.
Commissioner Ensberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik.
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge.
Yes.
Vice Chair Uli.
Abstain.
And Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. On to item C, approval of the minutes of Historic Landmarks Commission meeting of November 5th, 2025.
So moved.
Second.
Oh, sorry, I don't know if I missed consent as part of that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any edits or discussion about the consent calendar or minutes? All right, let's have a roll call vote.
Thank you. I'll begin with Commissioner Drury.
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik.
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Butler.
Yes.
Commissioner Dorden.
Yes.
Vice Chair Uli.
Yes.
And Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. On to item D, ratification of action taken on the consent calendar for today, November 19th, 2025.
Motion to ratify.
All right, do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Oh, Commissioner Butler beat you to it. Sorry,
Thank you.
Commissioner Lenvik. All right, and so to staff.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. Item A was 321 East Islay Street, which received final approval with the comment that the plans demonstrate substantial conformance to the plans that received project design approval on July 16th, 2025. Item B was 1708 Paterna Road, which received approval of review after final as submitted. Item C was 800 Alvarado Place, which received approval of review after final as submitted. Item D was 401 East Pedregosa Street, which received project design approval and final approval with the appropriate findings. And item E was 22 West Cabrillo Boulevard, which was continued to the staff hearing officer with the comment that the modification is aesthetically appropriate and supportable. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Chair.
All right. All right, to the commission for any questions or discussion? Commissioner Ensberg.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I just was curious, our project that we looked at so much last time on Islay, and we had all this thing about the color and everything. Perhaps Commissioner Uli could share with us how that all came out, besides well.
It received approval, so it came out well.
Can you tell us?
Commissioner Butler was there as well.
Can you tell us? I'm curious about the color of the ADU in the back, because we talked about.
It will match the front house.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you.
And they, just another point of detail, remember the gate and the fence was to be wooden? They're going to use wrought iron now, and they'll be changing that, which I think matches the wrought iron around the front of the house. And then the ribbon drive, they're going to make it a ribbon drive, which was part of our original request.
Excellent. Okay, great. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Great, thank you. And thank you both for reviewing all those. All right, any other discussion? All right, let's have a roll call vote for ratification of the actions taken on consent today.
Thank you. I'll begin with Commissioner Lenvick. Commissioner Lenvick. How do you vote?
D.
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge?
Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes?
Commissioner Jordan?
Yes.
Commissioner Drury?
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg?
Yes.
Vice Chair Uli?
Yes.
And Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we are on to, we're even a little ahead of schedule. This could be the last time we are ahead of schedule, but let's try not to make it that way. All right, so we are for 145, for item 1, 2025 Plaza.
Pardon my interruption, Mr. Chair. We still need announcements and
Oh,
subcommittee
wow, okay, we're not ahead, never mind. Sorry, thanks.
Down the coffee.
Yeah.
Erase that from the
That coffee's making me go a little too fast. All right, on to item E, announcements, requests by applicants for continuances and withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I have quite a list of announcements today. The first is the city attorney has advised that it is not appropriate for a board or commission member to provide general public comment at their own meeting. You may make such announcements as part of item E, announcements under general business, with the understanding that any board member announcements need to be succinct and not turn into a discussion. So I apologize for that misdirection at our last hearing. Announcement number 2 is that we need a member of the HLC to represent the commission's comments on 1407 East Cabrillo Boulevard, Beliscuardo, at the PC hearing on December 11th. Commissioners Grumbine, Uli, Lenvick, and Drury are the only current board members who reviewed the item back in on June 24th, 2020. And I will bring up those minutes right now because that was a very long time ago. Commissioner or Vice Chair Uli seconded the motion. So just if one of those 4 board members is available to volunteer for the December 11th PC hearing to represent the HLC's comments.
And what time was that?
The meeting starts at 1 p.m. I don't know what time the item will be.
I can do it if you can.
I can do that as well.
Okay, and I wouldn't.
Should we arm wrestle outside of the council chamber just as, yeah.
Well, since Vice Chair Uli had been part of the making the motion, I think it's going to be, it'll probably be best for him to do it for our representative because he also made the motion, so.
If we have to get a haircut or something that day, I'll be glad to step in.
Okay.
Yeah, sounds good. All right, great.
Call you.
Thanks for the backup. Yes, I appreciate that.
Thank you
All
so
right.
much. And then the next announcement is that our applicant laptop has been experiencing some technical difficulties. It was working this morning, but if it goes down, staff will manage the plans for the applicant team, and the applicant will just direct staff using verbal cues. And the commission will just have to view the plans on the big screens rather than the desk screens, but hopefully the laptop holds up through the end of the hearing. Next announcement is item 7. The single-family streamlining project is postponed to the December 3rd, 2025 HLC meeting. But everything is posted to the project website if you want to view any of the information in advance of the hearing. And then my final announcement before I kick it over to Nicole is I'm very pleased to announce that the nomination for Jimmy's Oriental Gardens and Chung Family House to the National Register is scheduled for a hearing on February 6, 2026. The hybrid meeting will be conducted in person in Sacramento and on Zoom and broadcast live on the CalSpan network. We are thrilled to have a part of Santa Barbara's historic Chinatown recognized at the national level, as this is an underrepresented heritage in our city. And we hope that some or all of you are willing to submit letters of support as the hearing approaches. Staff will send information on how to submit a letter of support at a later time. And with that, I'll kick it over to Nicole Hernandez.
I just had one announcement that the Planning Commission did make positive recommendations to change the Historic Resources Inventory to the Historic Resources Register to match the language of the state to better protect our resources. And that will be going to council on December 10th. And Ellen Kokindo will be taking it to council. And we will need a representative from HLC there. I think it was really impactful to have Commissioner Jordan at PC. They really appreciated hearing what the experts say.
Yeah, and also considering that you're our architectural historian, is that, are you available for the December 10th?
I cannot confirm December the 10th until early next week.
Okay,
I'm scheduled to be traveling, but that's in question, so I can confirm early next week.
Okay.
So maybe through correspondence,
Yeah.
we'll lock that in, and if not, we'll have someone else.
So you can confirm that you can confirm when you can confirm
To
it.
be confirmed, to be confirmed.
Yeah, I will say that we're doing a training along with some other preservationists for California Preservation Foundation tomorrow on the housing laws and their impacts to local jurisdictions. And I do think Santa Barbara is really set up with all of our protections we have in place now better than other communities. From what I'm hearing from the consultants that are doing presentations, they were very impressed that we're being as proactive as we are. We can never stay ahead of the state, apparently, but we do have, when we really brought that ordinance into the zoning code, that gave such strength to our ordinance and laws, so that's
great.
really good. What we did, not seeing this coming down the line, is really good for us.
Yeah,
and the
that's great. And I
resources.
actually had a question on that. So it's only that shift that allows everything else, like all the other parts of the ordinance and everything else can just remain, but it's just changing it to a historic resources register. That is,
Yes.
the lingo, that lingo is the only real major shift.
Right, and just because this, the law reads anything, it would not be exempt from CEQA if it is on a local registry. And the definition of local registry for the state says anything designated or recognized by the local jurisdiction on a registry. And we just don't want to end up in court over
With
that.
the gray,
Yeah, and I
list
think
versus-
one of the planning commissioners said it very eloquently. He said it's a very important distinction that's going to cause a lot of protection.
Great.
Great.
Awesome.
Yeah,
And
Great job 5 years ago, us.
I know.
Or 10 years ago, you, actually. It's been, so, great.
And pardon my interruption, I do have one last announcement. And speaking of good job 10 years ago, Nicole, I just wanted to remind the commission that today is Nicole Hernandez's last hearing as part of the Historic Landmarks Commission. So she'll be really greatly missed.
Sad to see you not here, or at least then we'll just get you to kind of show up every time just in there. in the audience.
Right. I can just come and tell the new person what they did wrong.
That's right. Yeah, that's great. Well, thank you so much for all that that you've done for us all this whole time. So,
Oh, it's such an honor. I feel like I'm one of you.
yeah.
You're my commission. Thanks.
In fact, actually, now that you don't have you're not working, you can actually become one of us. That's a great idea.
Too soon.
All right. Okay, great. And does that, any other announcements, et cetera? Yes.
As much as I like these meetings, I have to leave today at 5:15 PM.
Okay. We have our last item is off, so you actually have a shot. You have a chance.
We say 15 minutes.
That's true. All right, any other announcements, et cetera?
Chair?
Yes. Commissioner Ansberg.
Thank you. Just to bring up again, which we've been speaking of the importance and all of the great work that's been done all these years, and how we've collaborated and worked together with the guidance from our amazing Nicole Hernandez, city historian, and our staff. We've been talking in the last few meetings about agendizing a discussion about HLC, and just not only for us, but for the public to understand better, our role and, why we're here, what we do. We've been talking about this. So I just want to bring it up again, and I know we're getting to the end of the year, and so probably we might look to the first of the year for something like that, but
So I just want to get clarity.
You know what I'm talking about?
Is it the same one of like also what has happened downtown for the last 5+ years, and our opinion of it, and being able to discuss not just State Street, but just all the things that have been not in our jurisdiction because of ordinance or other overlays that have happened, but that typically are. Is it that a discussion too? Because I know we have that in the works to have a discussion beginning of this next year.
Whatever the board, is most logical, but I think, for me, I feel just reminding everyone, including having this opportunity for the public to understand what exactly it is that we do and why we do it. So maybe they're
Okay.
different, but however,
Okay, so
whatever you
then-
think is most helpful in whatever kind of sequence.
Yeah, let's look at when that could fit in as well, in the near future. Okay,
Thank you.
great. And then, any other announcements, et cetera? All right, on to item F, and we're already late for our item 1, so we'll go to subcommittee reports. It was too good to be true. So, all right, let's go through our subcommittees. Any subcommittee reports or meetings happened?
Nothing from designation.
Okay, we have one from State Street Interim Working Group.
Maybe
Like-
before that, could I
Sure.
just share? The Science Committee reached out to me to ask me if I could attend December 9th to help them to have enough, to have 3 people, and I said yes.
Right.
So I will be doing that.
Great, thank you. Thank you for being part of that. Okay, and then, so the State Street Interim Working Group, and Commissioner Ansberg, feel free to jump in as well. So we have been, so it's about the 1200 block, which we did the brick and hardscape increasing and redoing, and then it was onto the plantings, and we had some ideas, and it's sort of, things have gone sideways a bit in terms of the planting design, and there's also involvement with the Santa Barbara Botanical Gardens as well, and so we have a meeting early next week to help sort things out more and help figure out what the design will be, but we'll be circling back after that. Part of our general concern is as we look at incorporating natives to make sure that, native plantings, to make sure that we're also keeping with our current guidelines or for the design of State Street and the EPV for the planting palettes and our strategies. And then if it is going to be changing things strategy-wise or whatever, that we make sure that it comes to HLC for the larger picture discussion. So that's what's in the works. We'll report back more at the next meeting and how things went and where things are going. But it looks very good and hopeful of getting structure within that as we're going forward here with downtown things. So, and it was a pilot, it's a pilot, under the pilot project thing, so it's also not an actual long-term thing yet, but it might inform a long-term plan. So we want to make sure everything works and it comes to HLC in the proper order, so. Did I miss anything, Commissioner Ansberg?
No.
Okay.
That was summary.
Yeah, question on that?
You were working on the Paseo de Figueroa Street from the parking lot.
Yes. I spoke to Sarah Clark the other day, and and asked her about that again. I always try to touch in before our meeting so I can give a report. And apparently the plans are with the general contractor. They're trying to work out costing of things, and so they don't have anything to come back to us yet, but they are trying to work that out. And I just nudged to try to see if we can get it to move forward, and also maybe even have a touch base, even a short meeting, just to kind of see where it's at, and if we can help even try to break loose maybe a certain piece of it, so just to see some kind of movement happen. We have been urging that. Is there other questions?
Yes. You and what, one other,
It's the same, it's
It's the same
Commissioner
working-
McClure.
McClure,
myself.
are
Landscape.
advising them on a design approach. Is that correct? And they're now, and they're, have developed enough design to think about what it's going to cost. But we haven't, as a group here, seen it. Do we expect that it will come to us at some point in time?
Yes.
To be accepted or
And I
rejected?
think part of it is whether, once the pricing comes in, see what part of it they do, all or part or whatever, and that comes before us as a real project. So it will come before all of HLC. So that was the move, was us collaborating with them and all the players to try to come up with something that HLC would be potentially in support of, and that got something moving for all these pieces. So there was some brainstorming, fairly simple, and Arcadia is now developed out the plan and agreed with the ideas, the general ideas, and they're simple. But then that's going to come to us once the city knows how much of that whole project or part project they're going to come forward first to do. So and it's only on the Paseo. It's not on anything else. So that will, yes, it will come to HLC. This was more than anything just to get things moving to come back to us because we really wanted a project. Okay. Any other questions or anything else for subcommittee reports?
Chair Grumbine, could I ask, is there any update on State Street Advisory?
None.
No information?
No, I think the draft is still, what's it called, is still underway, the draft master plan. And so I think that's going to be the next step, is my understanding.
Yeah, I'm not sure that the State Street Advisory Committee will be in existence.
So you've not had any contact? No one? Okay.
No.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
All right, any other subcommittee reports? All right, let's go on to item 1 now. And we are 6 minutes behind, but let's see if we can keep it charging. All right, so this is 2025 Plaza Bonita. This is a request to adopt Resolution 2025-13, designating the Monterey-style residence designed in 1931 by noted architects Edwards and Plunkett, a historic structure of merit. So, to Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you, commissioners. It is, this will be my last designation, which is one of my favorite things to do. And I think it's great to be doing an Edwards and Plunkett design because I love their buildings so much. And as you said, this was constructed in 1931 in the Monterey style. What's really unique about this one is that it sits in Plaza Bonita. And you can see in the 1930 Sanborn map, that's the wrong square. It's this lot here. This is the Edwards and Plunkett building that was already constructed in 1927, and the new one comes right next door in 1931. And this is the 1927 Edwards and Plunkett building and Plaza Bonita. Just to give a little background, this one's already a structure of merit. Plaza Bonita was proposed to be a historic district in the Lower Riviera neighborhood survey with a period of significance of 1920 to 1940. The area has homes surrounding the plaza and the fountain characterized mostly by Spanish colonial revival homes. And there's also the sandstone fountain as well as retaining wall steps and curbs as the setting. And these are the original drawings by Edwards and Plunkett of the house that really illustrate the real high integrity the building still has, not only of setting, but also with even the garage and its little tower, the Monterey balcony, the windows, the shutters, the doors are all intact on the facade. And as we move into Edwards and Plunkett, this is like an older version of the PowerPoint that I finished this morning, or yesterday, sorry. I must have sent you a wrong version. Anyway, Edwards and Plunkett are really noted architects, and this is a picture of Joseph Plunkett. It's really noted that they really started designing the day of the earthquake in 1925 when they had a permit to tour the rubble of the downtown. I don't know what that is.
That's great too.
I don't know where they came from.
That was a
apologize.
joyful,
I didn't
joyful
remember.
ringtone.
So they they were flooded with commissions in Santa Barbara and were influential in promoting the Spanish colonial revival style and rebuilding of Santa Barbara. Plunkett really brought to the partnership detail, mainly beautiful window treatments and ornamental iron and tile designs, and Edwards really brought his excellent technical experience that was required for the newly formed Architectural Board of Review. And they also designed a lot of several buildings in the same Monterey style, which is known for the beautiful long balconies that they had. Monterey style is a subtype of the Spanish colonial revival style that was popular in California in the 20s and 30s. In the early 1800s, California fused the Spanish colonial with New England's colonial styles into something new, creating one of the few architectural styles native to California. The Monterey style, named after Monterey, where it's most prominent, features the two-story buildings with the prominent second-story balconies, long windows that reach the floor, and simple walls with few elaborations. And this building actually received an award from the Community Arts Association in 1933. Following on the idea of the Architects Small House Bureau, focusing on the quality small houses, the national organization Better Homes in America began in 1922, spearheading a national campaign for domestic reform focused on educating homeowners about quality design and construction. They took cues from the national movement, and Santa Barbara's own Community Arts Association was responsible for hosting many design competitions focused on small house designs in the 20s through the 30s. The Plans Committee held its first competition in 1922 to stimulate an interest in the community in a more harmonious and artistic and fitting buildings and dwellings in Santa Barbara. They held another one in 1923 for houses costing less than $5,000, and in 1924 they published the book with 62 of the best designs called Small House Designs. Our program in Santa Barbara was a role model for the country, including being noted in the LA Times that other cities were inspired by Santa Barbara's. And a California homeowners editor wrote that Los Angeles hoped to promote the program, Better Homes America, but they faced organizational challenges and were in no such position as Santa Barbara, where the Community Arts Association is thoroughly organized throughout the year for this sort of thing. And this is the original award for this house for having being a small house of distinction. And as we saw, compared to the original drawings, the house really does retain a high sense of integrity, so that it does qualify as a historic resource under Criterion 3, which in that it is the work of master architects Edwards and Plunkett, designed in the Monterey Revival style, an example of award-winning house in the Santa Barbara Better Homes in America competition. And that includes my presentation.
All right, great. Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. All right, so now we can go to public comment on this item. Is there any member of the room wishing to comment on this?
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, yeah. If you want, you can get, are you a homeowner?
I'm a neighbor, and I can see the house from my house.
Okay, do you want to come up and, to the podium? Okay, if you want to give public comment at the podium with your name.
Homeowners are here.
On the record, what's that?
I think the homeowners.
Would you like to come up and say a few words? Yeah, you can come on up here, actually.
You can sit right here.
Yeah. Yeah. And then here, we can push right there. All right. Yeah, if you want.
Thank you.
Introduce yourselves and, yeah.
I'm Tom Jacobson. And I'm Amy Jacobson, and we just wanted to thank you for your consideration. We're absolutely in love with our home. We are honored to be the stewards of it going forward. We've put a lot of money into it, both with the purchase, which has gone up from the $5,000 mark, and also trying to restore it and be very respectful of its historic value. It feels so good to be carrying on that tradition, and that's it. We just want to thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
And thank you so much to Nicole, who was a great resource to us over this time. Thank you, and good luck to you.
Thank you. You're welcome. It's been a
Yep,
pleasure.
she's going to have tough shoes to fill.
Another historic treasure.
Whoever's coming in. Well, thank you. If you wouldn't mind just hanging out for a minute, we'll do the public comment, and then we'll come back to the commission.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. At this time, I don't have any other speaker slips for in-person public comment, though, again, we'll just make sure that if there's anyone in the audience that would like to speak, you can at this time. Nobody's coming up, so we'll move on to virtual participation, which we still don't have anybody online with us, and we did not receive any written correspondence for this item, so I'll give it back to you.
All right, great. All right, to the commission for any questions or comments? Yeah.
One quick
Yep.
comment. The homeowners spoke about their pride in being good stewards. I think one of the things that distinguishes this city are the number of people who feel they are stewards of something special. So I just want to make that comment and congratulate them.
Yeah, that's great. Commissioner Ensberg and Commissioner Lodge after.
Yes, thank you. I just want to express so much gratitude to you, because that is one of the most beautiful houses in Santa Barbara that we all just love so much, and I'm so jealous of you to live in a house like that. It's incredible. So thank you so much. It's, you obviously are benefiting so much, but so is the entire community, so thank you.
Commissioner Lodge?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur with Commissioner Ensberg's comments on your desire to really keep this place, the place as it should be. But I was curious, I personally don't know, is it known who the designer of the plaza itself and the fountain is? No?
It's not in the post-Hazeltine report.
Huh.
So it definitely is not known.
I don't know.
Well, thank you.
No, but thank you for even bringing it up. You are reminding me, all of the neighbors around the plaza would like to plea for whatever support we can from the HLC, because we do want to restore the plaza, and it's in rough shape. And I know the city wants to just pave it over with asphalt, and it's got a beautiful pattern to it. And we've tried to hold off and ask for them to restore it as it currently is. And
right now, it's a patchwork where they've had to break and fix water lines and various other things, and have patched with concrete. So it's mostly in its original form, but you can tell where it's not. So something has to go one direction or the other, and we'd prefer it to stay an historic, site.
Yeah.
That effort might start with staff.
Yeah, so I guess that would be a question to staff in terms of what would be a going forward way of having the discussion and/or the, how to get ways in which this might actually become a reality.
I have met out there with one member from Public Works before. It's just, I think they're right now just ad hocing patching it because they don't want to cover it with asphalt, and there's no funding for the detailed work they want. That's where I left it, and I think that was about 2 years ago. I don't.
So
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Commissioner Drew.
Mr. Hernandez, is it scored concrete? Or is it actual?
Stamped,
It's,
perhaps?
yeah, like it's molded concrete. It has the kind of, they look like they came out of.
Mr. Chair.
Or Vice Chair Uli?
I would just caution, we shouldn't have a lengthy discussion about the plaza since it's not on the agenda. I think it should be investigated by staff and find out what the path is to ensure its preservation.
Great. All right. Well, thank you so much. So with that, is there someone that wants to?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
I'll move that the HLC adopt Resolution 2025-13 designating Monterey-style residence at 2025 Plaza Bonita as a structure of merit.
All right, and you'll second it?
Yeah, I second.
All right,
And
any
meeting
discussion?
criterion 3, is that what you said?
It's in the designation, so
Okay.
I don't need to say it again.
Any other discussion in terms of it? All right, we got a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Thank you. I'll begin with Commissioner Jordan,
Yes,
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvick,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Uli,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And now we'll add to the House's collection of awards here with resolution of designation as a structure of merit. On November 19th, 2025, the Historic Landmarks Commission officially designated 2025 Plaza Bonita a historic structure of merit based on its architectural and historical importance to the heritage of the city of Santa Barbara. The building is an important contribution to the beauty of our community. And then signed.
Congratulations.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you for your stewardship.
Yeah, thank you very much. All right. Thanks. Great. Yeah. And thank you very much, Ms. Hernandez. All right, on to item 2. We are still 6 minutes behind. This is a new item for demolition approval, Los Patos Bridge demolition. And this is approval of the demolition of a historic resource is requested based on the certification of the environmental impact report by Planning Commission on November 6, 2025. Demolition of a historic resources other than landmark findings are required. And so, welcome. If you can introduce yourself for the record, and then we'll go to staff for any comments, and then go through the minutes from last time, and then on to your presentation.
All right. I'm Eric Goodall, the supervising engineer for the city of Santa Barbara and managing this project.
All right. And is there any comments from staff or anything on it? No? Okay. All right. With that, why don't you walk us through?
And through the chair to the applicant, if you hover over the Adobe icon or go to the folder, all of your relevant documents for the project are available for presentation.
Thank you. So what we have up here is a lengthy document, but it's, let's see, the CEQA findings of fact, statement of overriding considerations, and mitigation, monitoring, and reporting. So this project, it involves the removal of the Los Patos Bridge, the overcrossing, or undercrossing. I'll go to the plans here so we can look through that. This came to the commission previously. We had a historic structures report for the bridge itself. The commission reviewed that and deemed specific elements of the bridge historic, specifically the steel girders and the sandstone for the abutments. So the project required an EIR. That EIR went through Planning Commission review and was approved on November 6th for the removal of the bridge per the plans that I'm going to show here. So this is just a simple demolition plan showing that this project would remove the bridge itself, the abutments, the roadway beneath, and some of the hardscape around what will become a cul-de-sac. I'll go to the next sheet here. Zoom in a little. It's hard to see some of this, but what we would be doing is removing the bridge itself, replacing it with fill so that the tracks would rest on fill. Outside of the Union Pacific Railroad right-of-way, we have an area that we're proposing for landscaping. Previously, that was shown with sort of a maintenance path and a chain link fence that had a rolling gate closer to the road. Through review at the Architectural Board of Review, they questioned the need for that. So we reviewed the need, really saw it wasn't there, and it creates a better project in our opinion to instead move that fencing back to the boundary between public right-of-way and Union Pacific right-of-way. So that's what we're proposing here, and then we can vegetate that whole area rather than having it mostly taken up by a path that we decided wasn't really necessary. And then the roadway itself becomes a cul-de-sac for emergency vehicle and all other users as sort of a turnaround at the end of this dead-end street. This sheet just shows there's a number of trees that will be removed as part of the project, and we've identified locations to mitigate the planting of those trees. This is the landscape plan that was put together showing how we're proposing to revegetate that area. We're planting as many trees as we can within the area. We don't have a lot of space, but there are a few sycamores proposed and a lot of ground covers here, or ground plantings throughout that area. And then this is the rendering. Let's see. think this is outdated. Do we have the updated rendering in there?
Yes.
Looks like it's a separate file.
There you go.
I'll go to this. This is the better rendering. So part of the removal of the bridge requires that we document the bridge itself, the historic significance, and install a placard within the area depicting specific details about the former bridge. So we're indicating where that placard would go here. There was some interest from the commission at previous meetings that we incorporate some of the bridge material into that placard. So what we're proposing here is that instead of being a traditional.
Interruption through the chair to the applicant. So the plaque is the next item.
Okay.
The first
Just the
item is just the
findings?
demolition, so you can present the plaque, just so we have
Okay.
separation with public comment.
Okay. So I'll wait on talking about the plaque. Ignore that for now.
Pay no attention to the plaque
Exactly.
What
in
plan?
the corner.
Yep. Let's see. So what we're proposing to do from an environmental standpoint is to salvage materials that we can use and install the interpretive display. The salvaging of materials is limited to the sandstone. We discussed with Union Pacific Railroad if the sandstone and the steel girders could both be salvaged. They effectively told us we own the steel, we being Union Pacific, and they're not interested in giving it to us. So we're going to do what we can with what materials we can salvage, and that's going to be whatever sandstone we can get out of the existing abutments in whatever shape it is, and reuse that both on site and at the Cabrillo Bridge. So that's what I have for this. As far as the demolition findings, Kathy?
Yes, the findings are available.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
We included the very large set of findings that the Planning Commission made for you to review to show you why the finding to demolish it was made. And so they're for your review, and then also you have your separate demolition findings that are required to make today. So if we can pull those up, that's what you would be looking at today.
So yeah, I'll stop there for this part of the presentation, so we can go over the demolition findings. But we're requesting that the commission make the demolition findings that are shown on the screen.
Okay. All right, does that complete your presentation? All right, thank you. So with that, let's go to public comment.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. At this time, I don't have any speaker slips for in-person public comment, though if anyone in the audience would like to speak, you can approach the podium at this time. But I'm not seeing any movement. We do not have any participants online with us, and we did not receive any written correspondence for this item, so I'm going to give it back to you.
All right, thank you. All right, to the commission for questions.
Mr. Chair?
Yep, Commissioner Butler.
Regarding the removal of the material, I know you mentioned we're going to try to save the sandstone that's currently, I believe, on both sides underneath the bridge. Is there other detritus that'll be hauled away, and if so, where will that go? I'm just curious what are we doing with all the dirt and stuff?
Yeah, so there really isn't a lot of other material involved, and especially because we're going to be filling in the space in order to set the tracks back on fill. If there's loose material that can be incorporated into that fill and doesn't require being hauled off, we'll just keep it on site and incorporate it into the fill material. If there is more concrete or other type of rubble that really isn't suitable as fill material, that will be recycled and hauled off site.
Okay, thank you.
All right, other questions? I had a question. So I saw that the mitigation measures are sort of the standard in terms of capturing them, photographing and measuring. Is there a way you can also do a 3D scan, like a point cloud 3D scan of it?
Yeah, we can pursue that.
Okay, great. 'Cause I don't think that'll be too expensive either. Okay, any other questions? All right. Okay, let's go to comments and a motion. And considering think this might be the first time that there's been, at least in my recollection, demolition, full-on demolition CEQA thing.
Yes, this is my first
you were
time
sure?
in 13 years. This is the first demolition of a historic resource we've had in Santa
Yeah,
Barbara,
so
which I
this
think is a good track record.
Yeah? Yeah. You almost had a perfect record.
I know.
No. Okay, so also as we go through the findings and that, we'll, go through carefully, but it'll also be, it's new to us too. Okay, so discussion, thoughts?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Drury?
I don't think it's ever been demonstrated to us the need for the removal of the bridge in the first place. That's my comment.
Yeah, so as a sort of comment on your comment, I think that the full CEQA report they had to do, it was basically making the argument that the other needs supersede all the other needs supersede the need to keep the historic resource. And so I think everything from the jobs and workers and those in the railroad industry to the frequent accidents of hitting the bridge because it's so low, to all those things that's the argumentation made or findings made to be able to demolish a historic resource, which is why there are very few of them.
And pardon my interruption, through the chair to Commissioner Drury. You, the EIR did come to you folks for a review earlier this year. It was sometime, I think, in July or August. So the commission has reviewed and has been well versed on why the demand.
In my opinion, totally unnecessary to remove the bridge. You just close the off-ramp, put a barricade up, and you're done. I mean, this is a really beautiful bridge. I'm really sorry it's going to be gone. That's all.
All right.
And we're too far down the road
Yeah.
to change our mind now, because that would be bad
Too far
news.
under the bridge?
That's water under the bridge. Oh, wait. Commissioner Lodge.
Excuse me, I'm trying to remember how long ago it's been, but it's at least 10 years. The Planning Commission had a lot of discussion about this, and the removal is involved with a new on-ramp, a southbound on-ramp, and having to move the traffic smoothly, and another southbound from Cabrillo and then from the freeway southbound. And it just made it something that needed to go.
There was all these other pieces that were part of the puzzle. Yeah. Okay. Any other discussion before we look for a motion with some no one practiced findings? All right. Does someone want to make a motion?
Nobody's jumping to it, is it?
I know.
Nobody wants their fingerprints on this, do they? Well, we've already made our action. We're here because of a result of that. So I will move that. Is it a resolution we're adopting? What is it?
No, so the motion would be to approve the demolition of a historic resource based on the certification of the EIR by Planning Commission on November 6, 2025. You can kind of see that in the footer.
Thank you.
And then you'll have to make the demolition findings
Of
as part
course,
it.
I will.
And then, since you were going there as well, would you consider also including
Yes.
3D scan point cloud? Okay, great.
That the commission approve the demolition of a historic resource requested based on the certification of the environmental impact report by the Planning Commission, reviewed by the Planning Commission on November 6, 2025. Demolition of the historic resource other than landmark findings are required, which are
Sorry.
it's kind of like the Academy Awards, right?
Those are the demolition findings if you want to go through them. And you only need to make one, so you can kind of go through them out loud and decide which one applies.
Demolition of the historic resource other than landmarks. Specific measures have been incorporated into the project scope to mitigate the loss of the historic resource. That's not it. Historic resource has been, no, that's not it. It's kind of a little bit of two. A demolition that the property, us, salvage historic materials from the property and/or provide archival quality photographs and 3D scanning, photo documentation of the remaining historic materials of the structure, site, or feature. I don't think number 3 applies. And it's in a compelling public interest that justifies the demolition of the bridge.
So just to clarify, you made findings 2 and 4?
Correct.
All right, and then one final clarification. Then you were adding a condition that the commission would like to see a 3D scan of the bridge as part of the...
Part of the documentation
as
effort.
part of the documentation. Thank you so much. That's perfect.
Chair?
All right, and we need a second of it.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Jordan. All right, now to discussion, Commissioner Ensberg.
To the documentation, in addition to a 3D scan, I'm interested also in views from over by Cabrillo Boulevard, all the views around, not just of 3D of the bridge itself, but of the entire area, so we can understand how it worked before, how the street went through and how it worked that way, the circulation. Is it possible to have just, I don't know,
So I
that
think
would
the
be just
standard is the
photographs, just
The
photographs?
standard is photographs, but I think to your point, you're saying to make sure that the photographs help explain how the bridge functioned, on-ramp, off, whatever, how
The
how
context
everything
of
works,
it.
The context.
Yes,
I think that's not bad to specify.
yes.
Well, if they follow the National Park Service standard for photo documentation of a resource, then they're going to run into all that.
Yeah.
So they just have to follow that standard.
And that's listed also in the report, so.
Yeah, I
so it
just hope
should
it's
cover it.
okay to
Yeah,
also say that. Okay.
all right. Any other discussion?
Can I also, I hope this is okay to say, that I do, I'm very sad, but I want to appreciate the staff and all the work you've done, and I understand that this is what needed to happen, and we've all been together with this, and they haven't been very generous with the steel, so that's that. But I want to appreciate that, and I do relate very much to Commissioner Drury's comments, and, wish that I'd been thinking a little more sharply before to consider possible just leaving the bridge and blocking it off. But in any case, we're moving forward, and thank you for all of your work.
All right. Any other discussion? All right, we have a motion and a second. Let's have a roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll begin with Commissioner Ensberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes?
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Vice Chair Uli,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you very much.
Now on to the next.
Now
Now on to you can now stay where you are.
There's a plaque.
So we are 6 minutes ahead now. All right. So we are on to item 3, Los Patos Bridge interpretive display. This is a new item for concept review. And so the bridge was found historically significant in Historic Structure Sites Report reviewed by the Historic Landmarks Commission April 15th, 2020, a whole 5.5 years ago. The proposed project involves the removal of Los Patos Way off-ramp underpass, which is owned and operated by Union Pacific Railroad, which has determined that the bridge will need to be removed when the U.S. Route 101 off-ramp at Los Patos Way is removed. A coastal development permit was approved by the Planning Commission November 6, 2025, and the proposed interpretive plaque is to commemorate the historic Los Patos Bridge. It is a mitigation measure required in the environmental impact report that was reviewed by HLC on April 23rd, 2025, and certified by the Planning Commission on November 6, 2025. No final appealable action will take place at this meeting. Project compatibility findings will be required for project design approval. And so with that, we have, so let's go to, do we have any comments from staff before we
I will
continue?
note that Allison Gruby, our graphic designer, and I went and photographed the building for the plaque, and I provided the text based on the research in the historic reports. So we developed the plaque language and wanted to get it under your review. We're not sure the exact date it's going to be demolished. That date might be changing. but we wanted to kind of get it before your review while I'm still here, since we did the plaque.
Yeah.
It was a combination effort between Public Works and planning.
Good. All right, thank you. And thank you for getting it to us right now. Okay, so if you would like to present.
Sure. Let's see if we can go back to the screen. I'll just start with, so right where my cursor is where we're proposing to place the commemorative plaque within the landscaped area. Then I'll go to the rendering to see what that looks like. So as I was saying previously, the intent is, because we can salvage the sandstone, incorporate that into the display in a meaningful way. So our thinking was, rather than having just a post with the standard plaque on top of that, use the sandstone to wrap around the post, similar to how the sandstone supported the bridge itself, and incorporate it in that way. So that's our proposal for the appearance of the post wrapped with some sandstone and the plaque itself. And of course, the sandstone would be reused from the bridge itself. So very important that it's from the site. The text that we're proposing is here. So we're proposing that it state the Los Patos Bridge, built 1901, demolished. And again, we'll update the date. It's likely going to be 2028, but we'll fabricate this when it's actually demolished and put the actual date there. So for the text, we have in 1901, the Southern Pacific Railroad completed the coastline rail lines from Los Angeles to San Francisco, transforming Santa Barbara from a quiet coastal town into a vital stop that brought new people, growth, and opportunity to the city. As part of the this monumental project, the Los Patos Bridge was constructed using native Santa Barbara sandstone, giving the underpass a unique and enduring sense of place. This bridge reflected Santa Barbara's rich tradition of sandstone construction, a legacy shaped by the area's abundant local stone and skilled masonry artisans. The structure featured two 56-foot riveted steel steel deck girder spans supported by a central pier and ashlar-cut sandstone abutments laid in regular courses. And finally, the bridge was a testament to the craftsmanship and material that defines Santa Barbara's architectural heritage. There have been some conversations around the text of this, both here and at Planning Commission, asking about the roadway itself. Is it historic? What was the historic purpose of the road? And the team investigated that, looked into historic records to see, is the road historic? What was the actual purpose? And we didn't find anything that indicated the road itself had historic significance. From what we could find, which was limited, it seemed that the road just conveyed people from the Old Coast Highway area to the beach along that roadway. And then later the tracks were put in there and the underpass constructed. So that's why we don't have specific text about the road in this based on the lack of supporting documents to state that it's historically significant. That concludes this presentation.
All right. All right, let's go to public comment on this item.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. At this time, I do not have any speaker slips for public comment for this item. We still do not have anyone participating online with us, and we did not receive any written correspondence for this item, so I'm going to give it back to you.
All right, thank you. All right, so to the commission for questions about this.
Mr. Chair, I have a question and a comment for later. The question deals with, in fact, the roadway. I attended the Planning Commission meeting earlier this month when they brought that discussion up, and I recognize that the roadway may not seem to be historically significant, but the issue that was raised at the PC meeting was this the major entry by automobile into the city from the south? And it appears from old maps that it may, in fact, have been the way you drove into Santa Barbara in those days. And while that's not historically, that doesn't necessarily make the road historically significant, it does make it a piece of the transportation history of Santa Barbara. So my question is there a way to incorporate into the text a reference that it was a bridge over the major roadway entry from the south. I believe from looking at maps that that is in fact correct. And I wonder if it was always called Los Patos Way, or was it for a while called the Old Coast Road?
So none of that was part of the historic structures report, and that's what we based our research on. So I kind of, when I discussed this, because that report was reviewed by the Landmarks Commission, and that is what we take our reference. And I feel like we should keep it to that instead of expanding the scope of work, because the commission hasn't reviewed that or it's been vetted, and I don't know if they,
bring that up because it did come up at the Planning Commission.
Well, I guess one question I would have to that is there, because this is here for concept review, right? So is there a way we can give direction to the historian to look into that more specifically, that piece, as it comes back to us and not only for the plaque, only so far as the plaque goes, because this is just sort of an additional measure, and I don't think it necessarily. Well, I guess it's a question: does it have to get reincorporated back into the secret report and then get re-reviewed, or can this just be a plaque thing?
My recommendation would be that we direct staff to investigate the issue of why there is a bridge there. Why there is a bridge there seems to be part of what makes the bridge important. If the bridge is there because there was an important roadway, and the Planning Commission seemed to feel that the roadway, Los Patos Way, which is now quite a narrow one-way, was originally wider, and that's why there's 2 spaces under the bridge. So it's simply a question to investigate why the bridge is, or what the bridge was over. It's an overpass. It's called an overpass. But I understand the city historian's comment that we're working from existing documents. So I think simply to investigate that doesn't necessarily require redoing
anything else. Yeah, okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner.
If I may. So the Old Coast Highway is still the Old Coast Highway, right through Montecito. And where it goes from there, there's got to be drawings, photographs of the original. I think it went behind the bird refuge, which is where the tennis courts are. I think that was part of the Old Coast Highway. It very easily could have been a crossing street, because there was no traffic in those days, right? I mean, a 2-lane highway was virtually empty most of the time, at least when I was a kid. So I think there's got to be some information photographically about what the network of roads was like, if we need to go that deep.
If we need to, but there are maps from the 1920s that show it labeled as Coast Road.
I just wanted to point out that we have a specific mitigation measure that calls out what the requirement is. And if we want to pull that one up, that's really what we're working on. This is kind of above and beyond that, but there is a specific adopted mitigation measure.
Yeah, the interpretive display, yeah. I'm not trying to torpedo anything. I'm just saying, as part of the interpretive display.
Yeah, for the interpretive display only.
Yes.
We're wanting to have clarity on this piece of it so that there can be.
Is that an important part of the story? You have a bridge. What is it a bridge over?
Commissioner Lennick?
Yeah, I have a couple of comments. I think we should memorialize the number of trucks that were killed at that bridge over time. But more importantly, I think that for a plaque to be of any value, it has to be accessible. And its location as proposed now is off the curb of a street. I think there's got to be a way to get either a different location or a little bit of sidewalk or something there that would make it accessible to all the public, handicapped people as well as people who are on bikes or mobile, whatever. Right now, it's going to be there, but it's going to be in the weeds. And I think we need either a better location or some accessible provisions provided for.
So to turn that into a question,
We are not in comments?
We're not in comments yet, but
I
that's fine.
I retract all that.
No, I still think it's a good
comment and
question.
question.
So why is it where it is, and is there a way of getting accessibility to it, or sidewalk, or path, or other things incorporated into it so that it can be more public?
I can see why you're chairman now.
I just turned your idea into a question, then we're good.
Commissioner Lembeck, I appreciate the question, and it's something that we've looked at and tried to figure out what is the best way to create sort of an accessible way for people to actually view the sign and the placard without, at the same time, destroying sort of the natural vegetation that exists in the area. So it's something we can look into further, but if you see, I'll scroll down here, so we have, it's off the page, it shows a little better here. The closest concrete we have and the closest pathways we have that are paved are at the bird refuge itself in the parking lot, and then it's a natural trail that walks or wanders sort of through the bird refuge up into this area a little bit, but in order to create a path of travel that's accessible, we would have to pave that area, probably remove a few trees. There's a berm there. We'd have to negotiate that, potentially have some walls. So there's some issues in bringing a path, an accessible path, over to that area without disturbing the natural habitat. And I believe this area, we are within the 200-foot buffer of the ESHA. So there's some more concern of removing trees and vegetation in that area. The other option is to extend sidewalk sort of on the north side here, around the corner. That's something that could be done. And I think if we were to create a path from some accessible area to that point, this would be the more reasonable location. But as far as I'm aware, we don't really have a continuous accessible path up to sort of the roundabout and everything that was recently built. So you would, if you went to this area and parked, you may have a path over to that area, but we would have to remove some vegetation and see if we can fit it in there between some of the utility poles and other obstructions.
Life is a series of disappointments.
And we get to see them all here.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so any other questions that we have?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Unrelated to that, because I had the same thought. Was a traffic study or anything like that done? Because it will be a cul-de-sac, and if somebody pulls up to now I'm commenting. If somebody pulls up, would they have to stop in order to view and read the plaque? Meanwhile, other cars might be circulating. Was there a kind of an exploration of the traffic flow? I'll stop there.
We haven't looked at traffic volumes that would go through the area. The existing traffic volumes are obviously much higher than there would be when you remove the off-ramp. But from what we're aware of, the volume of traffic going down Los Patos to the end is very low compared to that coming off the ramp. So I would anticipate that, like you're saying, if somebody did want to go to the area, went around, they could stop and view it without really obstructing traffic.
Thank you.
All right. So any other questions?
One more question.
Yeah, Commissioner Ensberg.
Thank you. Is it just along the lines of what we've been talking about here, just kind of the illustration of what was there? And is it possible, you've got a draft that we're looking at, would it be possible, do you think, to have maybe a little map that could show, how the circulation works? And also maybe maybe one or two other images that would show like the view from the roundabout, kind of looking back that way, and then from, just to show the context, not just the bridge. Is that possible, do you think?
Commissioner Ensberg, are you referring to more of a show the existing conditions as they exist today, or a historic?
Well, if
I
there
think we
were,
could evaluate.
if there were historic, maybe that would be great, but just.
You're saying not just have a photograph,
Not
but
just
also
the
have
one.
some sort of a plan view showing more the historic
The
context of
context.
some sort, so that people understand what's there now versus what was there originally. Like
And also to say that, obviously, it's a bridge, so the bridge exists to go under.
Yeah.
So, which is what we've been kind of debating here, but, yeah, if there were historic, that would be awesome, and And then people could actually look at that map and sort of compare to how it is now versus how it was then, if that information was available. If it wasn't available, I still think it would be helpful, in my opinion, to have some kind of a context that shows, how it flowed and what the whole purpose of the bridge was.
Yeah, I think that's something that we can absolutely look into. We need a little more direction on, are we looking at historic conveyance through the area, or are we looking at a picture that shows the conveyance just prior to demolition? The photos, I'm not sure what we have historically from the roadway, but as far as a plan view, we have there are a number of maps that exist, so we could look and see at what point in time we'd want to
Yeah, because you're basically
look at
saying,
that
like,
plan view.
right now, it shows it off the 101, but before the 101 was there, it was something else, right?
Yeah,
And
exactly.
there was other roads going through there.
Right. There is a
To-
great
to-
picture that I saw at the Clark Estate that shows the Clark Estate where they used to have some property that's now the Santa Barbara Zoo, and you can see Los Patos in the distance.
Yeah.
And if it fit to have that image on the placard, I think that would be a great image showing
Just to
some of
kind
the
of-
historic.
Yeah, and people
How it was.
understand that it's not just bridge, that there was this whole other things
Different.
going on. So I think that would be really help educationally, which is what we're trying to do.
Right.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
All right, other questions? And then we'll roll into comments, because I think we're dipping into comments. All right, let's go into the comments. Vice Chair Uli.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments. I think the base that this plaque sits on needs to be something of substance, not just a,
I feel like the bridge.
not a rock-covered iron pole, but something that looks like maybe it's an abutment that sits underneath the entire plaque. With respect to the content of the plaque, I don't think we want to get into designing the thing for you. What it should convey, without a whole lot of knowledge or special information, is the story of the bridge. An image of the bridge in whatever date seems appropriate. The narrative ought to be accurately conveyed. Nobody has time to read, 9 paragraphs of history, so I'm not looking for a plaque that has 9 paragraphs on it. It should be short and succinct. And I think, with respect to the challenges of ADA requirements around these kinds of elements, the National Park Service deals with this on a daily basis. Getting accessibility to things like this create complexity. But you should be able to carve out some kind of space at the end of that cul-de-sac so that the plaque is oriented toward the subject that used to be there, that it's talking about, and give enough room so that you can get out of the street so you're not run over by somebody who's not paying attention. And I think once you kind of get all of those design parameters, the solution is going to present itself.
Okay. Any comments?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Jordan.
I want to be careful because I don't want to slow any of this down. I'm supportive of it, but I've got the city's ear right now. The bird refuge was recently refurbished, and it's coming on very nicely. I think it was a very nice job. In terms of the landscaping of this area, I would really hope that it's compatible with the planting plans of the bird refuge, so it's like in one continuous bird attracting kind of area. That's just a hope. I'm not trying to slow anything down.
Is there any certain type of bird you want to check off your bird your birding list? Okay. All right. Any other comments?
Thank you, Chair Grumpine. I just wanted to agree with Commissioner Uli. I think that the base needs to be, much bigger and feel like, use that material and show the pattern, the ashlar pattern, and just a bigger thing, which is what I think Commissioner Uli was saying, and I agree.
All right. Okay, any other additional comments?
One dawned on me, but I know the answer to the comment already, and that's no, but I'll say it anyway. I'm sure there's some engineering restrictions. if there was a way to allow the abutment to stay in place and still get the engineering fill so that we saw the abutment poking out of the dirt, that might help to tie whatever this plaque is talking about to what actually exists. But I'm sure there's some engineering standards that are going to say, no, you can't do that. But if you can, that would be really nice.
You're correct. It's, the direction from Union Pacific is removal of.
Yeah, we're dealing with the railroad ownership.
Yeah, they're really nice people.
Yeah.
We're dealing with Caltrans on the road, you know.
Well, didn't I don't know if you just thought this in my head last time or whether I said it out loud, but we could do like the road runner thing and paint the road, paint the tunnel. Oh, I did. Okay, I did say out loud. Okay. All right. Okay. So, okay. It sounds. Any other comments?
Are you suggesting that's the interpretive plaque?
There we go. Okay, so if there's no other comments, I'll summarize the statements because this is for conceptual. And I think we're fairly consistent agreement on these things. So let me try to take a shot at summarizing our comments, and then we can add or subtract as needed to continue this on. So first, the commission thanks the city for working on this design for this mitigation. And thinks it's very important as this historic resource is lost. First, the location, or the next comment is to study the location of the plaque to be oriented so that the image used is in line with the original abutments, and so that it's easier to imagine for a viewer to imagine where the bridge was. The base of the plaque to be much larger stone, larger than the plaque itself, and to be more reminiscent of the abutments of the bridge. The commission understands the challenge in the instances such as these where there's not an easy accessible route to the plaque, and understands that challenge as a challenge for still getting it to be as accessible as possible. The plaque the contents are studied, so in terms of the verbiage contents, to look into verbiage regarding the road that originally ran under this, and the road from the south into Santa Barbara, and what this bridge played a role in that, and if applicable, incorporate into the plaque verbiage. And then if possible, to also study incorporation of some form of map or other plan that shows how this bridge was once used and the manner in which the road ran under it. We can kind of leave it general like that, and as they study it, see if there's something that makes sense in that realm. Okay, and I think that is it for my comments. Is there anything?
Mr. Chair?
Pardon me, clarifying the landscape comment, that it should be consistent with the other landscaping.
Good, I missed that one. Yeah, so for the landscape to be consistent with the bird refuge landscape and
as consistent as possible.
As consistent as possible. Yep. Commissioner Hurd?
And to Commissioner Uli's comment, make the plaque presentation much more formidable. Mm-hmm. You didn't use that word, but it's more what? Important. Thank you.
Yeah, so, and maybe we'll tie that to, well, actually, that's a good general comment by itself, because that also might imply how you said it, or where you said it and how you said it in terms of giving it proper dignity. So, yeah, let's incorporate Commissioner Drury's to have it visually be more important and outstanding, or standing out from the background. And then Any other, Commissioner Ginsburg?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Also, if possible, in your research, if there are other applicable photos that show the context, like you mentioned, Bell Squad, or whatever it is you find, if there is something that is appropriate that helps to tell the story.
Yep. Additional imagery. Yep. So look at that. Sounds good. Any other comments, Commissioner Lodge?
Excuse me. I'm not sure if I misheard you, but I think you referred to it as a southbound off-ramp, or coming from you said something about coming from the south.
Yeah, that was trying to capture
The east.
southeast, or, yeah. Okay, we'll change that to,
Get the compass right.
or even just general direction from Los Angeles. Yeah.
But
From the, as in traffic coming, that is approaching from the Los Angeles area going through that bridge. Is that my understanding?
well, that's the one over Cabrillo.
Yeah.
Not that this is just this off-ramp, and it's southbound off of,
What I
It's
was
coming from the
referring to
north.
was the roadway over which the bridge was built.
yeah.
That roadway appears on early maps to be labeled Coast Road.
So that would imply that it was coming from the Los Angeles direction, coming
The
underneath.
Planning Commission seemed to feel it was a two-way street at one point.
Okay, so going in both directions, but
It was
with,
going in both directions.
yeah.
I've tried to figure out, I grew up, my family lived in Ojai, and we didn't live here, but we frequently visited here, and so I have recollection of going through those, and I've tried to figure out where it goes from there and how you get across town. And it cuts up, but the Old Coast Village Road, which is what it's still called on the north side of the tennis courts, is where it went in one way,
And
So-
that
so-
came into Salinas.
Yeah, so maybe just as long as we leave it general enough, they could figure out the more detail and then try to fill in the verbiage with that.
We don't have to solve the problem
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. And, okay, so, yeah, and with that to be continued on the, as more is learned and you can show us and we can try to figure out where you were coming from Ojai. Yeah. Yeah, sure.
So,
The
the landscape.
We first came under the bridge over Cabrillo as we came into Santa Barbara.
Oh, yeah, okay, I think I know where you're talking about, and I think we
Yeah.
probably did a double jog or something. Okay.
As far as the landscaping is concerned, so the palette that is presented here is the same palette that was used at the Cabrillo roundabout. So
Okay.
we were tying it into that. I don't know if it's the exact same palette that's been used at the bird refuge. So want to see with the commentary, is it acceptable if we're matching into the roundabout versus?
Not having our landscape architect here, let's just all be landscape architects for a minute. But
Can
but
I-
I
what-
think, I think it should be considered something, but I do think that the bird refuge is the more natural, like it's pushing up against it, and that's what you visually see, and it's by itself. So I'm a little bit leery to say,
I wanted to mention that that will be the ABR purview. So they're looking at the project after the fact. So
Okay.
they'll be
So maybe we
reviewing,
can
but if
send
you
our-
could comment,
Yeah, well,
comment to them.
yeah, okay, that sounds good. If you can send that comment, and then that our mitigation measures only allowed in bird refuge landscape.
We'll
See
beat them up.
See how
we'll-
HLC controls
We'll beat them up after
everything.
beat them up after their hearing.
Yeah.
So,
Who
pardon my
says we have
interruption.
overreach?
Through the chair, to the rest of the commission, would it be appropriate to update that comment to communicate to the ABR that landscape, that the HLC recommends that landscape be consistent?
With the
Yes.
bird refuge, yeah, perfect. I think that's great. Okay, anything else discussion-wise? You just wanted a plaque. Okay, all right, well, in that case, let's have we have a motion and a second. Oh, do we have a motion in a second?
we
No,
can- do we
don't have
continue
a-
this to
This
ABR?
is just a motion to
No,
continue.
this would be continue because you're just reviewing the plaque
for
and you guys will
concept.
get to approve the plaque. So it's just a concept review, so it would be continue indefinitely with those comments.
And does that sound good in terms of not 2 week? Definitely.
I'll move to continue the matter indefinitely.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Under discussion, any further discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you,
We lost
Chair.
our 6-minute lead.
No, could have a 5.
Chair Grumbine. I'll begin with Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes?
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
Vice Chair Uli,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good luck with that
You
plaque.
know that once you hit the larger boulder at the end, it's going to start taking out trucks as they go around. All right, yeah, bring it back. All right, why don't do we want to take a little break? Yeah, let's do a 5-minute, sound good? Or you want 10?
6.
6-minute break. All right, 6-minute break. We'll be back at 3. All right. Yeah, I know. Where's my, I feel. Calling back to order. All right. Historic Landmarks Commission, November 19th, 2025. All right. We are on to item, item 4. This is a new item for concept review, 1315 State Street.
We're only 5 minutes late.
All right, and now, we couldn't start until we were late again.
Yeah.
Then we're playing catch-up. All right, contributing historic resource of the EPV, constructed in 1926 in the Spanish colonial revival style by Edwards and Plunkett, and drastically altered in 1948 to 55. The 4,000 square foot lot is developed with 5,400 square foot two-story commercial building. The proposed project consists of a 173 square foot addition to the first floor and a 1,000 square foot addition to the second floor. The project includes converting the second floor into 5 residential units, 4 2-bedrooms and 1 2-bedroom. 4 2-bedrooms and 1 2-bedroom. What is it?
Well,
4 bedrooms and one bedroom?
He'll get into that.
TBD.
Yeah.
Okay. And a restoration of the storefront. Approval of an open yard modification by staff hearing officer to provide less than the required amount of private open yard area is required. The property is located within the Assembly Bill 2097 radius, therefore no parking is required. Project received a one-time pre-application review from Historic Landmarks Commission on August 27, 2025. So no appealable action will take place at this meeting. Project compatibility findings, major alteration findings, and development plan findings will be required for project design approval. And we have a historic significance report, an amendment to the Secretary of Interior Standards. So with that, let's go to staff, and then we'll go to our minutes, and then we'll have you, and if you can introduce yourselves for the record first.
Joe Androlitis with Androlitis Mixon Architects.
Jennifer Steinmertzel, 1315 State Street.
All right.
And I don't know if the case planner has any announcements, but just a reminder to, and we have the minutes up from the pre-application review, but just a reminder to the commission that you were not bound by these comments, but we just wanted to have them available for your, as a reminder of your last take on the project.
Okay.
Kelly Broderson with Community. I'm just here to say that the project is going to be moving forward to the staff hearing officer for an open yard modification, and they needed to come back for a formal concept review.
Okay. Okay. Great, thank you. Okay, so with that, I'll read the minutes from our one-time concept review, and then we'll go from there. All right, so the commission's comments were, the commission is extremely supportive of the project. The applicant has done a great job increasing the structure's historic integrity through both bringing back a lot of the original charm and adding to it. As proposed, the design is very supportable. 4, the commission believes this is a great model for the adaptive reuse ordinance. 5, the commission looks forward to seeing the project return for project design approval and final approval. All right, so with that, to the applicant to present the, and who was, sorry, was there, that was just the, so who was present during that meeting?
So it doesn't, because this was pre-application review and there was no formal motion, everyone's allowed to comment.
Okay, more than that, I was just wondering if we could just know if there were people that were missing, just so that,
I believe I was not here, but I'm not positive.
Okay, you can still, yeah, I know.
I was?
Yeah.
Looking up there,
What
it
were my
looks like,
comments?
You didn't like the window.
That's true.
he said something grumpy. Okay, it looks like, except for, Commissioner Drury, you were here? Yeah, I think we were all here, so, okay. And actually, because I know this was just for concept, but if you can tell us what also changed from last time we reviewed it. All right.
So good afternoon. Nothing has changed whatsoever on this project since you last reviewed it on August 27th. The only reason we're here is because as much as I wanted this project to conform with the adaptive reuse ordinance, because I'm adding square footage to the second floor, it does not meet the requirements. So we're back here to get your blessing because we're asking for a mod for the open space requirements.
Well, that's easy.
So I can present the whole thing to you again if you wish.
Why don't we just very quickly scroll through and yeah, touch on anything relevant. We have had public comment with this, and we did have story polls. So I do want to at least,
There's no story polls.
wait.
You're thinking of the next item.
Oh, sorry. Oh, my gosh.
I think you need more coffee.
Yeah, actually, we definitely need to review it then. Because I'm thinking of the next item. Okay.
So this is
Oh,
this
yes,
is the
yes,
building
Gotcha.
to the
Okay,
south
sorry.
of the Arlington.
Sorry.
Former
I'm on
bridal
Milpas,
shop.
not state. Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Yep.
Existing
Okay.
site plan. There's the demo plan. This is existing second floor. Proposed first floor. Proposed second floor. You can see how we're building it out to basically the extents of the first floor footprint. I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4 one-bedrooms and 1 two-bedroom. So if we can correct that in the project description, because I think it says 4 two-bedrooms and 1 two-bedroom
Yeah.
for some
So,
reason. So,
4 one-bedroom.
anyhow, roof plan is existing and proposed elevations. This is the south elevation, north elevation. A quick rendering showing it adjacent to the Arlington, and then some basic building sections. That's it.
Great. All right, so if that completes your presentation, we will go to public comment on this item.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. At this time, I don't have any speaker slips for in-person public comment for this item. We do not have any participants online with us, and we did not receive any written correspondence for this item, so I'll give it back to you.
All right. All right, to the commission for any questions.
My only question is, can we skip to the end, since really the only thing here is a modification, and we've already had a number of comments on this project that are still valid.
Okay, we can do combo comments and questions if there are still any. All right, or if you had thought of a brilliant one when you were looking at the plans last night. All
Are we
right,
saying comments?
and
also?
questions, yeah.
Comments right now?
Yeah, let's just go for it, because it is the same.
Can I, okay, thank you. As we're moving into this adaptive reuse thing, I think, we were very enthusiastic about the project, and I certainly continue to be. But I want to, and it isn't because it's over the square footage, as you mentioned. There's more square footage than's allowed to be under the adaptive reuse, so that's why
I
it's.
think they allow 600 square feet or 10%, whichever is larger. Is that right?
I'm not sure it's that much, but
The
anyway.
language just came out, so
Yeah.
I wasn't aware of that particular provision when it got adopted.
Right. And so it's a new thing. We're all getting used to it. But I would just say that the good news is that you did a great job. And so you got total enthusiastic support. So there's no downside to it. Right? So I just want to point that out, that when we have, great work and, sensitive work, that it just goes right through very easily. So thank you for that. And I absolutely support this project.
All right. Anyone that does not absolutely support the project?
I do as well. I wish I knew what my negative comments were before.
It's about what was this?
You just thought that the window above that little window up
Oh, the
there-
bathroom window
But we
Yeah.
have made,
facing on a State Street is probably, yeah.
we thought about it
I
though.
thought about it, but we
Yeah.
still like to keep it.
Okay, whatever. It's
It's a nice view.
I like
a
it.
nice view out of the toilet.
Curtains. Does
I-
anybody
yeah,
use
good project.
curtains anymore?
Curtains or blinds. All
Could be
right.
worse.
Yeah. All right. So since there's no other comments, everyone's in strong support. Does there want to be so we can't have a,
It's a motion for an indefinite continuance, I
Yeah.
believe.
It would be a continue to the staff hearing officer, and if you just want to add a comment that you support the open yard modification or
I'll
find this
move, I'll move that we continue it to the staff hearing officer with the commission's support of the modification request.
Second.
okay, we'll go dismiss Commissioner Drury this time. All right, so we have a motion and a second under discussion. I think in the last comments, we had already said that we're looking forward to giving it project design approval, so we can just keep that in the works, so that when we read these comments, we know that we're referencing
Yes.
the previous ones too. Otherwise, we want to make them similar things.
And we can do all the compatibility findings, et cetera, when we actually make a motion to approve it.
Yeah.
Correct, but would you like to add the comment that the commission still
They're
feels that
supportive.
it's ready for project
Yeah,
design approval?
correct.
Okay.
And Chair, can we also say, because we are moving, we're trying to get more adaptive reuse, and I think, especially in the historic district downtown, how do you do that when you have a historic structure like this? And I would just like to emphasize that I think this demonstrates a really good way of doing that. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, anything else under discussion? All right, let's go for a roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll begin with Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes?
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
Vice Chair Uli,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right,
So,
thank
so
you.
we're clear to the hearing officer that we support that, right?
Yeah,
That's
that was
correct.
part of
That's
it.
no
I got, yep.
unequivocal support.
No
Yep.
ifs, ands, or buts.
Good.
All right, so since that was too easy,
Let's make the next one really hard.
like the archaeology report, we'll give them a hard time. So we need to go into recess for at least 20 minutes, and we'll see if the applicant is here at that time. All right. November 19th. All right, we are on to item 5, 518 Milpas Street. This is an archaeology report. So this is listed on the Historic Resources Inventory.
Commissioner Grumbine, or Chair Grumbine,
Sorry.
you can wait to read the project description until the next time, just so you don't have to read the super
Okay,
long
great.
project description twice, and it's just the archaeology report is the
Yep,
first item.
okay. And not that just the archaeology report. It's, it's the archaeology report. All right. Requesting acceptance of a Phase 1 Archaeological Resources Report prepared by Brent Leftwich, Leftwich Archaeology. Dr. Glassow reviewed the report and agrees with its conclusions and recommendations. So if you would mind coming forward. All right. All right. So if you can introduce yourself for the record.
Brent Leftwich. I'm the owner and principal investigator for Leftwich Archaeology.
Brent, you'll want to turn your microphone on.
Oh, yeah. Want to press that button?
In the middle there. There you go.
There, perfect.
I'm still Brent Leftwich of Leftwich Archaeology, and author of the report.
All right, thank you. All right, so to staff for any comments?
With respect to the archaeology report, this was included in the footer, but Dr. Glassow did review the report and agreed with the conclusions. Thank you.
Okay, great. So if you wouldn't mind just kind of going over your conclusions and, yeah.
Real quick summary. So you have two side-by-side parcels, 518, which is currently has a dance club and a little apartment on it, and then the former car wash at 524. This is all taken in one report. The property, especially the car wash, used to be an old gas station. There are at least 6 feet of disturbance beneath that property. And it is assumed that you have some of a similar disturbance on the next property on that smaller sliver, while you had a lot of hardscape and structures covering the bulk of this property. Given what we know from historical records and from the geotech report and from old photographs, historical photographs of the aerials of the property, the whole thing has basically been nuked. Also, there's been around 25 or 26 reports within a quarter mile, all negative for this. So based upon all that, even though visibility was not perfect, we recommended that this move forward without any further testing or monitoring.
All right, great, thank you. All right, so, we're going to go to public comment. This is just for the archaeology report. We're going to be going to the main project design for the next item. So if you have any public comment for just the archaeology report.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I just want to confirm, so I do have one speaker slip for this address, but Mr. Richardson, are you commenting on the design, not the archaeology report, correct? Okay. I'll call you up on the next item then. With that, I do not have any speaker slips for in-person public comment. We do not have any participants online with us, and we did not receive written correspondence for the archaeology report, so I'll give it back to you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so we are to the commission now for discussion of the archaeology report. Any questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Butler.
I don't know if this fell within the scope of your review, but did you come across any underground fuel tank? I mean, that's a gas station, right?
There was things removed. There was permits for that removed that I don't have the dates on top of my head for that. So the tank should have been removed already.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, any other questions? All right, any comments or a motion?
I'll move that we accept the Phase 1 Archaeological Resources Report prepared by Brent Leftwich for the property.
Second.
All right, great. We have a motion and a second.
Mr. Chair,
Oh, yeah.
are we under discussion?
Yep, under discussion.
Is there any chance of historically sort of memorializing that nightclub? It used to be called, well, I'm just saying, it's part of the fabric.
Someone had a good
have
time
an
there.
attachment to that.
I couldn't go when I was underage, but.
The Pachanga? La
Called King
Pachanga?
Supper Club.
It's under part of the project.
Yeah, I think it is, yeah. It's the other side of the driveway into the car wash, right?
I think it's the La Pachanga.
It's the lot, the lot to the southwest.
Yeah, right next, that wall with an apartment above it, I think.
Right.
Yeah. It used to be called King Supper Club.
It was called like 9 different things. Yeah.
I was there for all of them. Thank you.
Nice. All right, any other discussion? All right, roll call vote.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll begin with Commissioner Drury.
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvick,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Vice Chair Uli,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you very much. All right, and we are 10 minutes ahead of, or 9 minutes ahead of schedule. Are we good to go? Looks like. Okay, so let's roll into the next item. Item 6.
Last time.
And last item, yes. New project item. This is project design approval for 518 through 524 North Milpas Street. This is listed on the Historic Resources Inventory, constructed in 1925 by Elmer Whitaker in the Spanish colonial revival style. The project is seeking approval based on state government code provisions under the state density bonus law and the city's average unit size density incentive program, and involves a voluntary lot merger of 518 and 524 North Milpas Street, and demolition of all existing site improvements, including a car wash, parking lot, and a 2-story mixed-use building comprised of a nightclub and apartment to allow for construction of a 23-unit, 3-story residential apartment complex. The unit mix is comprised of 6 one-bedroom units, 4 two-bedroom units, and 3 three-bedroom townhome.
That's 14.
Oh, sorry, 14, thank you. 14 two-bedroom units and 3 three-bedroom townhome units, ranging in size from 491 square feet to 2,152 square feet, with an average unit size of 937 square feet. 2 units in the project would be restricted to very low-income households. The project includes 13 vehicle spaces in a parking garage, 6 covered vehicle spaces in a private garage under the townhome units, and a bicycle storage room with 28 spaces. The project received a one-time pre-application consultation from Historic Landmarks Commission on December 18th, 2024. And for this, project design approval is requested. Project compatibility findings and major alteration findings are required. And with that, there was a historic structure sites report and historic structure sites, another one accepted by HLC in 2024. All right, so with that, welcome. If you would introduce yourselves for the record, and then we'll go to staff comments as well as our minutes from last time, and then go from there.
Ryan Mills with DMHA.
Ed DeVicene with DMHA Architecture.
Guillermo Gonzalez with Blue Studio Landscape Architect.
All right, great. To staff.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. Pilar Plummer, Associate Planner with the City of Santa Barbara. So, as you know, this project did receive a one-time pre-application consultation with the HLC in December of last year. Since then, it went to Planning Commission for AUD conceptual review on March 6th, and they did provide comments. We do have their minutes available, but in general, I'll summarize that the Planning Commission felt the overall design was beautiful and appreciates the generous common area design. The Planning Commission did ask the applicant to work with the Urban Forest Superintendent to consider adding more street trees if possible. The Commission appreciates the archway and the design, which you'll see on the plans. Consider rounding off the corners of the building. The Commission also wanted the applicant to provide a photo simulation in conjunction with the story poles. And I will say one commissioner encouraged studying the inclusion of an elevator for accessibility, but the remaining members of the commission expressed concern about the potential financial impacts of an elevator on the project. Other items, this is a state density bonus project. They are deed restricting 2 of the units to very low income households. With that, they do get 2 concessions under state density bonus law. One is being used for the average unit size. They're slightly over at, I believe, 937. The average unit size allowance is 924, so they're using a concession for that. They're also using a concession, actually a waiver for the one of the setback areas for an egress that you'll see on the plans, as well as for the archway entrance to the parking garage to be located partially within the variable front setback. So those are all allowed under state density bonus law. I'm here if you have any questions, and that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so I'll go through our comments from last time. And then if you guys would go through and say how you respond to those comments, as well as anything new or developments since last time we saw it. All right. 1, the commission thanks the applicant for this exceptional project. It is beautifully designed and sensitive to a number of constraints while also providing housing. The applicant has done a great job incorporating the historic resource into the design. 2, the commission feels that the story poles would be appropriate, at least the 3 mentioned on the front elevation to the closest building and along Milpas. 3, in general, the commission feels that while this is on the larger end of size, mass, bulk, and scale as currently shown, it seems it is within reason of meeting the guideline requirements. 4, the commission would like story poles to check for mass, bulk, and scale, as well as public views of the Riviera. All right, and the motion was by House, second was by Butler, 8-0-0. Uli was absent, the motion carried. Now
And
this.
yes, I did.
Okay.
And
great. And this-
pardon my, yes, and just the motion below is for the Phase 2 Historic Structures Report. The comments were just in pre-application review, so you're not bound to these comments, and all commissioners are able to comment and vote on the motion.
All right.
Also, one more,
So I
Chair
watched it and
Grumbine.
didn't have to.
No.
There were so many things to go over. There was a public comment that came in, which was talking about the portion of the historic building, and I just wanted to clarify that they are retaining the historic portion of the building. That's the nightclub. So just to clarify that for the record.
All right, sounds good. So nightclubs, all good. All right, and then, let's see, and then, yeah, I guess we don't need to worry about anything else, because there were at least a commissioner or 2 that are new, maybe just 1 commissioner is new. So it wouldn't be bad to at least walk through the design in general too, as well, just as, yeah. Okay, and so with that, why don't you have 15 minutes to go through things, and yeah, take it away.
Sure. If you, Chair Grumbine and fellow commissioners, if you'd like us to take you more thorough, it's going to take more than 15 minutes. Is that all right, since we're the last item?
Well, we are 3 minutes ahead. So
Okay. We'll still
There
move
we
it
go.
quickly. Great. So where have we been? We've formalized our application, essentially, is what we've done and presented to Planning Commission. And as you heard in their minutes, they really like the project as well. And, they argued about, amongst themselves, about the typical things, which is the number of parking, the number of units, et cetera. But they were overall very supportive of what we came up with. And we just told them we could go bigger. We could add more parking. Well, we couldn't actually add more parking. We could go bigger with units, but it would make more pressure on the parking. So really, we felt we found the right balance with only a 3-story project, not a 4-story. And that was also why we were comfortable not adding an elevator, by keeping it to 3 stories. So that was a little bit more than discussion with Planning Commission, but thrilled that they liked the project as much as the first round of this commission's review. So we'll see how this goes. So really, we want to talk about really what changed. And again, I'll let Ryan walk through a little more detail on the design, as there are some new commissioners. Let's see, is this going to let me zoom in, or is it going to do funny things?
You can pinch your fingers.
It's also a touchscreen until it breaks.
Yeah.
Until it doesn't want to be touched anymore.
It's a new touchscreen. Okay, so just a little context, just for the benefit of the new commissioners. So part of the Phase 2 was, the result was we would keep the frontage of the Pechanga nightclub and the 9 other uses that were there, and we've incorporated that into the project design. And the car wash will go away. And yes, we went through all the environmental, and that was clean, and that's why that hasn't come up beyond what you discussed.
And just to be clear, part of it is a
archaeologist.
restoration of some of that front facade.
Correct. Yes, there's some components in there that, oh, now it's doing the funny thing again. There were some added things there over the years, and we're going to strip back and get more to a more original. And Ryan, if you want to walk through that when we get to that portion, that'd be great. Actually, with the context here, why don't we jump to story polls? I don't know if the commission's had a chance to go and see that. I did open those up.
Yeah, we got told about it, and so.
Yeah, well,
most, if not all.
let's take a peek at that. So here's the project site. We just, in aerial, the first photo A, was from the kind of the northerly corner, intersection, one on each side of the intersection. C a little more in front, and then D a little further south down Milpas. I like the touchscreen, very nice. So here across Coda on the north side, you can see the two front facade components. Oh, what did we model? Let me jump back just to give the last piece of context. So what we were asked to story pole was these two corner points of the building, the front, and then the more pushed back portion behind the retained historic facades. So commission asked for 3, we added a 4th just in this corner so that the other flag made sense. So there you could see those two representative facades to that eve point of those two buildings. That's down the other way. There's B, so a little closer, coming down the street. The apartment portion that would be removed. Let's go to C, a little more in front, but then a little further down. Here, and I think this is where the public was interested, is how does it look relative to the Riviera, right? And so obviously up close, you're going to start having an impact on that. And then here a little further away, you can see as well. So when I looked at this, a couple things stood out to me. There's actually a break in the trees here on Milpas. Much of Milpas has a lot more vegetation. And so the project itself really isn't impacting the Riviera views much more than the rest of the context up and down Milpas Street as well, which I felt good about as an architect. You want to know, like, hey, how big of a building is this in this part of town? And we're pretty happy with it being as a mid-block. We think it kind of fits in nicely with the broader context of the street. And of course, you all have your own input on that. But so the story polls were, we thought were successful, and it's good also for the public. We did not add any photo simulations on top of this. We wanted to start with this and see what the commission thought about that, just on the view impacts, and if you wanted to take a closer look at it with any more next level kind of simulations. So let's dive into the project and look at what changed, besides a lot of engineering drawings. I'll use our landscape drawing here. Relative to the design and the site, not much changed. The project really stayed the same. The unit counts stayed the same. The parking, we ended up losing one parking space to accommodate the building department requirements for EV cars and charging and the accessibility for that. But really, it's the unit layouts and such are the same. What did change a bit was the frontage. So along the frontage, the transportation department required pedestrian master plan implementation. So right now, as you can see to our neighbor to the north, it's basically like 8 feet to the buildings. And we're going to have to provide a dedication of just over 4 feet, and so that we could accommodate a 4-foot parkway, 8-foot sidewalk, and a 2.5-foot frontage zone. In addition, because of that, we had to relocate our view triangles coming out of the driveway, and the trash enclosure and the electrical transformer still barely fit in there, even with that. The entry portico that you saw in the rendering shifted back, but not fully to be out of the compensating setback area, one of our waivers. And what it did is it basically just, where we lost greenery in front of our patios, we did lose some of our patio sizes. We did gain back in Parkway along Milpas, which previously we didn't have. And then it kind of abruptly hits, there's no real smooth transitions. This is what transportation asked for. It abruptly hits the existing building and the existing retaining wall that's on the neighbor's side as well. So the concrete just goes, and then the sidewalk kind of bends, or it just weaves around the buildings that are there, basically. Another thing that came up was a tree. We had one street tree kind of more in the middle of the project, and we were asked to look at an additional tree. Well, what came up is Public Works Engineering actually is a capital improvement project here. And so they asked us to revise our design to match theirs. And so we, rather than the one tree in the front, there's 2 trees here. And if you notice in the story pole plan, photos, they're already installed. So a portion of that project's already been installed. And so we've just got a general note, which they asked us to put in here, is we're going to have to tie in with the broader hardscape improvements when that happens. We haven't seen those detailed plans. They're still in the works, is why we don't have any more information on that. But as it relates to the street trees, there's 2 that are existing already, and we've not been asked to provide any more and just match the capital improvement project. So we'd like to get your input on not only the street tree, which we could take back to engineering if more appropriate, but also our revised frontage, kind of adding the more sidewalk per the pedestrian master plan. So with that, I'll pass it to Ryan to walk you through the rest of the building design, and then to Guillermo for some landscape.
Okay, thank you, Ed. We'll start on this sheet just for Commissioner Uli's sake. I think, are you the only commissioner that has not seen
Commissioner
it?
Lodge as well.
Lodge.
The new one.
Yes, the new one. So just a little bit about the organizing principles. So on the left of your screen is Milpas. So we have our frontage, and then there's really kind of 3 main parts. There's all the street frontage, and you'll see that main facade building. That was sort of like the street-facing building. Planned south there, the historic La Pachanga is the entry point to the project. So it'll be the lobby where all the residents come in, the mail room, check in, bikes through there. So that's sort of the lobby spot. And then they circulate through. Then the next big segment is the parking that we placed inboard. So on Plan North, coming in through the archway under some of the units and then into a gated protected garage. And then you can see then circulation again, and then the back component are the 3, so it's 3 3-story townhomes, but on that south side of the bottom level are 3 additional, they previously were studios, now they're 1-bedroom units with their own circulation and entry points. That's sort of the lay of the land on the ground floor. Let's just pop quickly through each floor. And then moving upward, so you see over the podium of the parking, there's a central courtyard. So again, the Milpas building addressing the street. Really, these units stack upwards for 3 floors for the most part. And then as you move up, there's covered loggias for each of the units. And then, yeah, open to the sky courtyard, you can see the posts of a covered walkway that runs the perimeter of that open courtyard. And units all the way around, including, you can see, so going north from the courtyard, these 2 units, which are stacked on the 2nd and 3rd floors, go up another about half a flight to allow the fire truck to go under that whole portion towards the back, towards the townhomes. And then, of course, the 3 townhomes in the back. One other adjustment from last time is that there was a complete break between the townhouse building and the apartment block right there where Ed's moving. So through some maneuvering, we decided to infill a portion so it's flush on the south elevation you see here, but on the north elevation, you'll see an elevation. It still has a reveal like it's separated buildings. Then let's go up another floor. So 3rd floor, the Milpas building stack, there's our open courtyard, walkway, and this is also a covered walkway on this 3rd floor. In that southeast corner is a open common yard for the project there for the residents' use. And then likewise, you go up to the north through the courtyard to those upper half units, and then again, the townhouse 3rd floors. And let's go up one more floor. So this is an important plan. I mean, it shows both the townhouse roof decks, but also one significant change that we actually are feeling good about is where to put solar on a project like this. So that you can see that big square in the middle, we converted, it used to be a tile roof. We now have a capped parapet flat rooftop that houses all of our solar and most of our condensers. And it's really not visible. It's most visible from the south, but not really from the right of way, and completely concealed on the north, east, and west sides. So we were happy about that. And the last roof plan is really just showing the topmost level of the townhome. So there's two stair towers. The one on the left, the single one, is a flat parapeted roof, and the one on the right that are for 2 units is a tile half-hipped, half-gabled roof. So let's jump to the elevations and we'll take a tour around. So starting on Milpas. So again, the main moves of this was kind of dividing it up into 3 parts, right? So starting with the historic Pachanga as, is that right, Pachanga? Yeah. As one of the buildings, right? We struck a line there and allowed even the second and third stories behind it to take on more of its character and scale. So everything bringing down a porch a little lower and stepping the roof down over that portion. And then the middle section is really more of a formal, simple facade, symmetrical. However, there is one change. So we struggled and wrestled with this a little bit with the view triangle. We chamfered that corner. So we tested all these things. We started breaking up this facade even more. But ultimately, we landed at and feeling comfortable with that chamfer moving upward through that corner, which is sort of a turning corner to a chimney element. So we feel like it still holds that formality and symmetry, but it's just a little touch of asymmetry we think works as it turns the corner. And then, of course, the archway, which is as small as it can be for the fire truck, got pushed back. Are we about 8? We're about 8 feet back now from the right of way. So it nudged a little farther back. And that's the area that we were asking for the variance of the variable setback. So that gateway encroaches into that a little bit. And then, of course, past the gateway, you see the second and third floor units beyond. That's about 60 to 80 feet beyond. Next elevation. So south elevation, Milpas is on the left. There's the side, this is 0 lot line. For our project, and on this, the neighbor side is a 0 lot line as well, kind of through, I don't know, Ed, if you can kind of show that whole middle section is 0 lot line there. It's about 1.5 stories in height. And so we're preserving the historic building, that whole pyramid shape, and then the shed beyond. That little addition to the right is new, that shed roof. And then moving to the right, you get a peek of the courtyard on that 3rd floor. That's the walkways. Simple clay vents in all the gables, really traditional, simple detailing. Then as we move right, so here is that 2nd floor roof deck, 3rd floor, sorry, roof deck for the community. And the big change here was it was previously a gable side, but now there's that the parapeted roof, and we're proposing like a thick, flat clay tile cap piece throughout the project. Another adjustment is going down to that 1st floor. We have circulation along the 0 lot line that comes there, makes a left turn. That previously had a shed roof, and it was pretty cumbersome with drainage to gutter it on the 0 lot line and move the water away, so we went to a flat roof with that same cap detail. And then moving right, this is the south of the 3 townhomes, and the 1st floor are the 1-bedroom units with the 3 entryways. And the 2 on the right are identical units, mirrored, and then the one on the left is about 3 feet wider, so slightly different. And here now we've introduced a little bit different detail, a stucco surround, deepening that entry with some corbels supporting a stucco Juliet, so getting that coverage, and then the awning above that. They're all in the same plane, but we're proposing to kind of make clean breaks in the stucco, probably more significant than they need. Plus the gutters will run down in those locations that we think will help kind of divide those three units. Let's go to the next. North elevation, let's start on the, oh. Sure, yeah, this is one. This is the rear of the project. So this is essentially the side of the townhome. So in the back is another common open space on the ground. Previously, we had a couple openings, a kitchen window, a passageway to the garage on the first floor. We've just eliminated all that for privacy and just simplicity of that space in the back. Another kind of larger covered balcony for that last unit. And we eliminated a couple openings on this facade, so it just got a little quieter, but there's more landscape proposed now in this zone. And then, of course, the two on either side of this, the facades are quite simple, and they're back 80 to 100 feet as well, so they get pushed way back there. And then finally, the north elevation. So this is the townhouse side, the entry garages, the entry doors. You can see the stair towers are pushed back. That one has the hip roof, and we did that. We started with the gable, but just trying to bring that scale down, the height of that, which is at about, I think that's a 9-foot plate currently, and we nudged it just a touch higher so the trellis could be at a reasonable height. Previously, the trellis was at 8 feet over that outdoor deck, and that just, I don't know, felt like that would be a little cumbersome. Moving to the right, so this shows you the break between the townhouses and then where the apartment building starts. So you can see there is now an infill, but that's set back 2 units as well. So that gets pushed way back. So obliquely, you wouldn't see those units. And that's the passageway on the ground floor. And then moving more towards Milpas, this little side shed previously it was broken into 2 pieces and at different heights, but we have all of our utilities inside the garage housed in this like 3 or 4 foot section. We've maintained the shed, but kept it really simple, and it did have to nudge a little higher for all the electrical runs to get up over into the slab and to the project. So that went a little higher. And then we see the archway. You can see the placement of the archway into the project and that corner chamfer. Let's see. Additionally, we can just peek at, past that, we've started our detailing. Again, our approach is we modeled, here's our typical windows. So one of the commission comments was rounded corners, and I think what that really meant was just eased edges, bold nose. So we just are demonstrating, yes, we're going to do a hand trowel plaster. We're going to have deep windows. And so we've just started kind of all the basic ones. So we have doors, windows, and then on the next couple sheets, our doors and jambs. And then just starting, again, these are not yet quite refined, but we're just starting all the traditional details. And that front facade on Milpas really was modeled, our inspiration was the Julia Morgan Chamber of Commerce building, just how we addressed the punched openings, the loggias, and the sills is really what we modeled our detailing after. I think that covers it for now, Guillermo.
We don't have much time. Oh, that's fine.
Take all the time you need.
Yeah. Our last item got canceled, so there's a little bit of wiggle. Yeah. So yeah, if you want to go through the landscape plan and especially anything that changed, but yeah.
Do you want the mouse, or do you want me to do it?
You can do it. So if we can zoom into the streetscape. So since we worked here last, very few changes. The only changes really is along the frontage. As Ed mentioned earlier, we needed to address the changes that transportation require. So the amount of landscape remains the same. We're still using the same plans as we had before. We're thinking more of a Santa Barbara style, mostly based on Pueblo Viejo plan list. We're keeping the hedges along the front, the front units. The patios got a little bit small, but we still have some sky, open to the sky areas. The rest of the paving along the front, also we're proposing pavers along the ground level. So that's what you see throughout there, and also pavers along the driveway at the entrance, and then once it goes underneath the building, it goes back to concrete, and then it comes back to pavers as it goes out on the other side of the parking area. We're adding a couple of palm trees along the front, kind of play around with the tall vertical wall that he mentioned, and also the arc, the entry arc. And then the two street trees are, the city have planted red guns in there, so there are a couple of eucalyptus trees. That's what they have, but we would like to hear from you guys. As we go into the back, along there, the backyard remains the same. We did reduce the number of, the size of the water feature, so we can comply with the water requirements. We had a little bit too much water features in the back, so we only have one now. Otherwise, it's all the same as we go around. Same thing, there haven't been any change here, except that stairs to the back parking lot. We used to be a planter there, but that's one of the things that Planning Commission asked us to have, and Ed had more information about that. Otherwise, it's all the same, and we can go to the podium level. Some of the images. Podium, pretty much the same. We used to have a window right at the south end where we show that a bench used to be open, so now that it's closed, we removed the raised planter we had there. So we maintain the built-in bench, but no longer have a raised planter. Same thing with the materials. We have pavers all around circulation, and then we change the paving when it comes to the open podium plaza that is open to the sky. And then if you move to the left, that's the third floor. We haven't had any change. We reduced the outdoor kitchen bar a little bit to maintain that open area space. And then as we go into the third floor, which is the top of the townhouses, it's the same thing. We just make some adjustments to the outdoor kitchen. We wanted to have a sink, so we moved them around so we can have a roof over them. Otherwise, it's what you've seen before. And with that, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Here for any questions.
All right. Does that conclude your presentation?
Certainly, yeah. If there's any questions from, we're happy to answer them, but that's really the bulk of what we have. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so let's go to public comment now.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. At this time, I do have one speaker slip for in-person public comment. So, Mr. Richardson, Paul Richardson, if you'd like to come up, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Got still. My name is Paul Richardson, and I sit on a lot of committees like this with the state. And I'm sort of representing the neighbors of this project. And from what I just seen, I'm gonna have to report to them back. This will be a 3-story building that's gonna block all single-family, low-income people's view. This will be the only building from the 101 almost down to the county bowl. And it's horrible for me, but a lot of people's not gonna say nothing because they all low-income peoples. But I'm really here representing the property right behind the car wash. About a quarter of that land belongs to the church. I go to the old church behind there, Friendship Missionary Baptist Church. And back, I think in 89, 80 something, the pastor there, he made some kind of agreement with Frank, the guy that owned the car wash. I don't know who owns it now. You guys own it? Okay, or Frank, maybe his daughter, I think, owns it. She was too little, I guess, when this transaction made. So what I'm basically here to do is some illegal transaction was made of the church property. I don't know who it was signed by. I don't know if you guys had something to do with it or something. But we want our property back because we weren't meant to let him use that property to build condos on it. So it's about a quarter of an acre right behind, you know where the cars, I don't know if you guys know about the pot. That's all used to be church property. It's 912 East Coder Street. And I got some information from a source here that used to be y'all supervisor, my supervisor too here. And he's a congressman, Salute Cabahal. And he told the church to go to the district attorney's office and we need a plan. I don't know how you guys got plans to do all this, but 1/4, I would say 1/4 of an acre belongs to a New Friendship Missionary Baptist Church. And I'm here to ask the board to delay this until we settle this. Because Friendship want their property back. Because we used to have kids all play back. We used to have enough room back there to play ball. And we know anything, the guy owned the car wash, he built, I mean, we told him he can use our land just to drive the cars in. He went back there and he built a big wall and he built to extend his car wash all, you know, and that's basically what we're trying to do. We like to have our property back. So I don't know if I'm at the right place or what, but I was told if you guys can't help us, then I take it to the DA. And I got some pretty strong people behind me.
Yeah, so is there any other, all of what you just said is well noted, and we'll discuss it once we close public comment. But is there anything else that you wanted to add to your comments on the project before we continue on?
No, well,
we'll come back to us and we'll talk about it, but just in terms of sequence, we're going to finish up public comment and then bring it back to the board for questions and discussion, and I know that we'll be discussing what you just mentioned. So, but I want to make sure that if there's anything else that you wanted to.
Well, all the neighbors I know if they all they knew was a 3-story apartment was going to build. Now, if they see this, all the people's behind the car wash, they got single-family homes. Their view is gone. When they look out their window, all they see is a big apartment building. On this side, they see the Riviera. So I don't know how you guys work things about when you give people plans to build something. I haven't seen one 3-story apartment from 101 all the way to the county board. This would be the first one. And to me, I mean, it's bringing up housing and everything, but it looks horrible in that neighborhood, to me.
All right, thank you, sir.
And I lived in that neighborhood for over 50 years, but I moved out.
All right, thank you, Mr. Richardson.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and any other public comment before we?
At this time, I don't have any other speaker slips for in-person public comment, and we do not have any participants online, though I will acknowledge that we received written correspondence from Naomi Green, Lauren Anderson, and Sebastian Aldana Jr., and give it back to you.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. All right, so now to the commission for questions, and maybe I'll start this one off with a question to staff in terms of how this is a first time for me in terms of a public comment that brings into question a larger part of the project like this and what the standings of it are. Part of my question is going to also reference, because this is for project design approval that's requested. So if we were to review this as a normal project, given all the things that we know right now, and new information comes to light after this, and if we give it project design approval, because that's what it's here for, if Obviously, there's an appeal process, a 10-day appeal period to city council, and that would still fit within the normal thing. But given what was just brought up as a question mark, if we give it project design approval and then they find out that there is other legal ramifications for the property or whatever, then I just want to make sure that we are clear as what we can and or should be making decisions at for this meeting. And as long as we can make decisions within our purview, and if other things derail that, then it's not ours to.
Thank you for the question, Chair Grumbine. So first, I mean, this particular project, they had a title report for it. They provided a survey for it. Unless there is some legal document that was provided to us at a later point, that would be the only thing that I could say would affect project design approval if you were to grant that at today's hearing. But given, this has been reviewed by city staff, we've looked at the recorded documents for this site. So I'd just say review it for project design approval as noted in the description. And yeah, if there was something provided later, they could follow through with the appeal process, right, to city council. So.
And I guess another thing that just popped in my mind that might, we could, if we do give a project design approval, we could also make an additional note as part of our thing to, for staff to, work with to check with these other things as it goes forward, with the note that this is obviously not within our purview for it, but that it is noted that this should be an item to be cleared one way or the other outside of our jurisdiction.
Yeah, through the chair, because it's not in the purview of the Historic Landmarks Commission, you can note something like that, right? But yeah, it's not in your purview to make any specific condition.
Yep. Okay.
And pardon my interruption, through the chair to the rest of the commission, I did just receive notification from the architectural historian who's watching online that the church referenced by the member of the public who made public comment is on the historic resources inventory, and so is a protected building. Again, we would have to look into the agreement he was referencing, but I would imagine that as part of the completeness process, they looked into the permit history of the site, but as Pilar said, it's...
And if we did give it project design approval and it turned out that, in fact, this other portion of the property, which sounds like he's describing a portion of the site that's being developed, is not their land, and then obviously the project's going to change, and then it's going to have to come back to us.
And through the chair, that's a legal discussion. So again, we're getting out of the purview of this meeting. I'll take the...
Yeah.
Could we simply say in whatever motion is made, that it's made with the assumption that there is clear title?
Correct.
So we're simply saying, we reviewed it with this assumption.
As long as it stays with this, then, okay, great. I just want to make sure that we have a good, clear path forward and we stay both in our lanes, but also understand as far as we can go into other things. Okay.
And I would add, avoid discussing it.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, so let's not comment anymore on it, or opining. Okay, so with that, so I did close public comment, I believe. So we are to the commission for questions, and I would say along those lines, we're going to go operate under the assumption, and we'll state in our thing that this is that proper title is owned or received. All right, so let's not worry about questions about those things in particular. In terms of the title, although the other things are also open for question in terms of views, et cetera. So private views, public views, et cetera, in terms of our discussion and comment. All right, so who wants to start off with questions?
Question?
Yeah, Commissioner Durden.
Two quick questions. How did you arrive at 28 bicycles slots? There's 23 units. So how do you get to 28, and is that enough?
Sure, Commissioner Durden through the chair. It's really a question of space and what fits into the space we have. So as I move to that portion of the project, we typically use the double stacker Duro-decker, which the city has even in its own bicycle parking areas. They're basically a double assist, and that helps us to really, in a compact area, be able to store a lot of bikes. And so off the lobby here, we located, you can see, as many as we could with the required clearances, and that gave us 28. And we felt that at least one per unit was sufficient. Some people, even if that we offer this, many bikes are pricey and they won't leave them, in our experience, they won't leave them in these areas. And so this is in other projects we've done, and we look at the usage of the bike racks, having at least one per unit has always been adequate in our experience.
Okay, thanks. My other question is, am I correct that the maximum height of the building is 45 feet?
That is correct. In this portion
Maximum
of the
allowable height.
Maximum allowable, but that's the maximum height.
Sorry, couldn't help myself. Go ahead.
How tall is the building?
I'm waiting for the
How tall
question.
is the
How actually tall is the building?
How actually tall is the building?
Chair Dordan and fellow commissioners, it depends on where you measure it, right? So
Highest points.
we didn't present all of it, but we have all these sheets. So the beauty of actually taking the design to the next level is we have all our sections now. And so what we did is, using the city's methodology for height, I'll pause here because it's the roof, almost the roof plan, and then I can show you in section. Along Milpas, we're a bit lower. The townhomes are a bit taller. The high point is through the driveway because we have the extra elevation there for the fire truck. So happy to walk you through those sections.
There you go.
There's the elevations.
Yeah.
And our section. I can go through a general broad one, but the one through the garage is that one.
But you've got 45 on the drawings.
Correct. So what we've got, oh, it's doing that thing again. Yeah, so it's just, well, again, if you measure to the roof tiles, right? So we're really at 45 feet, and we did lower, more specific to the point, we did lower the plates on these once we got into the next level of detail of drawing. We're right at that 45 feet, really, for these front units. Oh, just over the driveway. Now we can look, all right, I'm gonna go touch screen. Let's see the court. So this is through the front portion of the building along Milpas, and you can see the 45-foot height limit, and we're 5 to 6 feet below it at the ridges. So it depends on where you measure it, but that's generally the heights of the building. Happy to look at it in other locations if you like. It's just those two units right over the driveway area where it's pushed up taller. And again, it's a ways back from the street. Yeah, I wish there was another way to accommodate it. But the fire department wanted their full passageway through there.
All right. Other questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Butler.
The garage doors, you showed 3, obviously. What is the material that you're proposing for, that the garage doors consist of? And is that material, is it used anywhere else?
On the townhomes, the private garages? Yeah, so we're we're proposing stained or painted wood plank doors, both at the entry and at the garage doors. So all of those you see in that elevation.
So they're
roll-ups. No, they
oh.
would be broken and.
Okay, because
Is
I
that
saw
the right term? The roll in or the?
The horizontal.
Yeah.
line.
So there would be seam lines.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then there's no exposed wood, I don't think, anywhere else in the structure, is there?
Only along the Milpas frontage behind Pachanga, the covered balcony there, and then inside the courtyard is all.
Can you go to that,
Yeah,
that wood
maybe.
balcony?
There's 2 places, so let's do, so here and then, so on the, oh, yeah, if you go down the, oh, on those stucco Juliets, oh.
He's going to the front.
There's a little in there. Let's do each elevation. Yes. So here we have our little actually garden gates will be that same vertical wood plank gates. And then you can see above Pachanga, the covered 3rd floor balcony is wood posts, eaves, headers. And then let's go to the next elevation. And then here, the backside of the townhomes, those entry doors are the same style. And then, well, we'll go inside the courtyard in a second. But the entire interior circulation of the courtyard is wood posts, walkways, and ceilings. And then around the corner, the rear elevation, again, that stucco Juliet has wood posts and wood eave and tile roof there. And then, yeah, and then back to that north side. So yes, so really inside the court, actually we have the model.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the inside, go ahead, I'm sorry.
If you want to, we didn't really show those. We kind of completed the exterior.
Let's take a look at the model, because I had some questions too,
Yeah.
and I think we'll solve them.
And then inside, just we have the interior courtyard elevations in the Revit model.
Are they in this packet?
They should be.
I don't remember seeing.
A sheets go to early in the set. So zoom into those top four. So really the top right one, sort of a good look at. So that's inside the interior courtyard facing east. So you can see a lot of wood material there. So the resident experience, I think there's lots of touch points to that, but yeah, perhaps not from the exterior.
Okay, thank you.
So I had a question about, and maybe it's in these images. I'm trying to understand exactly how the fire truck access elliptical arch wall works, and then the 3-story, 3.5-story massing behind it, how that all plays out in elevation, side elevation, and I'm assuming you don't have the actual 3D views of the model.
Not in this set.
I think that would solve it very quickly.
Okay.
Your understanding, but I'm just trying to understand between the elevations and how all the forms are working.
Sure. Yeah, I wish we could generate a 3D view. Let's go to the north elevation, Ed. The rendered one. There we go. Okay, let's start here. So on the right, you can see the chamfered corner, then that's that entry arch there, that element there, the
So it's an open
stepping.
freestanding or freestanding-ish arch with no
Yes.
roof over it, okay. And then what?
Well, I mean, it's the
Oh, yeah, except for the
tile,
little- yeah,
the thickness,
yeah,
yes. And then you can see, then we see that next portion of lower wall.
Yeah.
The lower portion that's where the transformer is. Behind that is the trash enclosure. And then you kind of get the top peak of like a walkway that's tucked under the pedestrian circulation's tucked under the building mass. There's like three pilasters.
Okay, so so where's that line, the line break? What's the difference in those two wall planes?
There's not there.
Okay, so there
I'm sorry,
shouldn't be a line.
go to plan. I'm sorry, go to plan. Let's go to plan there.
This is.
It's two. Let's go. That's that utility pop out.
I don't think there's a break between the wall and.
There's not. I drew that as two walls, right? So there's the shed, the utility shed, and then that's where I happen to draw that line. It's sort of as it
Okay, so
steps
there's their
down.
continuous plane.
Yes.
Okay, that was
yeah,
what was
yeah.
confusing me. I thought
It'll
there was
be
a step, but
it'll be scored
Yeah.
and there'll be a regulator or something, but
okay, great. Okay, now it makes sense.
And then-
Yeah, now then then that next massing that's
So-
big, right
so
there.
straight up, that 3-story face, yeah, where Ed's hand is. So that's where you enter under those units.
Okay,
Right
and then
there.
can you go to the elevation that looks at that from straight on, the front elevation? 'Cause- Okay, so why doesn't that line up? So you see the 3-story massing over with the three stories, all three all the way up in the background that's ghosted, right? Why does that wall come down, and then you're showing a roof from the other side that would go back? Do you know what I mean?
Well, I can start, well, the first part is
No,
as you,
this one right here. So the wall plane of
sorry, the shaded
Furthest
wall.
left, yeah,
You're
so,
not, you're not seeing this end, so that wall drops to the.
and then maybe there's a little tiny shed roof? Because look at your side elevation now, and looking at the far left of this elevation.
I couldn't see what you were pointing to.
Oh, yeah, so here, I'll.
Anybody else?
Okay, so this wall line right here,
Yes.
when you look at it from this elevation, there's a whole roof, something happening here. How does that
Yeah,
work?
you're right. So right behind, yeah, this is not drawn here. You get the shed right there. You move that right there, and then
Okay,
it
so
drops
there's a
down
piece
beyond.
missing that in this,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
got it.
beyond.
Okay, that's, trying to
Omitted
figure out
for
where the.
clarity.
Yeah, trying to figure out how the wall planes are working here, but, okay.
It's probably in a red elevation.
Yeah,
If you
Yeah.
got to see that.
Yeah, so, and then the side elevation just showed a decent amount of roof, so I thought there was sticking out further,
Yeah.
but it might not. Yeah, okay.
It is.
Great.
And then, did you mean then the shaded wall within the drive? Or were
You go
talking
to this,
about
that
wall
other
too?
side elevation now, back to it,
Okay,
and we
oh,
can,
not this one though, Patrina there. I thought you meant that guy.
yeah, there we go. So that roof on the big blank wall, so I was trying to figure out how do you have that run to actually go back, but,
Go
how
to
does that
plan.
work in terms
Go
of?
to floor plan 2 or section.
So it's a very shallow roof.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
3 feet. It's just
It's
enough
just
for
those,
the.
over those little
Three-
pieces
three-
there?
three
Okay.
tile-
Yeah.
Three tile,
Yeah.
Okay,
3.5 tile or whatever.
you know. The drawing looks good, but it's that right there.
yeah, okay, got it, now it makes sense. And that's the wall line of the 3 stories above, which is right there, yep,
Yeah, front and, yep.
okay, got it,
Difference between the formal drawings and the artist rendering.
yeah. Okay, other questions?
I have a question, if no one else does.
Sure.
Mine are more site planning issues. I've lost my power to my iPad, so I can't chase some of these questions.
You should have had a print. Yeah.
Are there, the properties that are to the, we'll call it the east, where are they draining to? Go to your site plan. Please.
We have a civil plan with drainage, if you'd like to see.
Oh, yeah, that's good. Go to drainage plan.
That's novel.
I mean, I was looking at that and I can't figure it out, so that's fine. See, you have an,
This is our grading and drainage plan.
so you go to the back. So you have a little 3-degree angle there in that wall. And that's there for a reason. I'm not sure what it is. But I think that you're accommodating drainage off properties that are to your east and south. If south is to the right and east is up. I think you're accommodating drainage on that little strip right there. But I think you're interrupting the flow of drainage on the property that is up or to the east that's now coming onto your property. And I don't understand how you can do that, or I'm reading it wrong. I haven't had enough time to analyze this, but I'm concerned about the properties that are adjacent. In the recent 6-inch rain that we had, with this building being built and interrupting their flow off-site. And I believe that they are entitled to flow off-site because they're historically doing it.
So,
Not
okay,
quite
so
sure that's in
what,
his purview.
so what about,
So the question is, what's happening there? That's the question.
so that's a question, so, and if it turns into a comment, I think it could be more of make sure to study this, bringing this up, and when you come back for final, make sure, and be able to explain to us in detail how this is all gonna work out. Because unless you can right instantly right now.
I'm ready for my opportunity to take you through
I
it.
rely on Public Works.
If you gotta do it in like 2 minutes or less, 'cause
Mr. Chair,
So the short answer is all drainage is being accounted for.
I have a question.
Not our purview.
So if you go up the driveway of the car wash, that hill is bolstered by a big wall, and then it goes up to, what is it, Soledad, up above? No, the next street up, Voluntario, maybe? Because when you leave Haley Street to go up and turn turn left onto that street is considerably higher than the Milpas Plain. So there is a lot of water coming down there, and where is it going to go?
Yeah,
You
so,
got a plan for
and,
that?
and the short answer is there slightly longer than the short answer that gives us a basic, and if not, it's fine, you can come back to us with it to give us a quick.
I can walk you through all the drainage of the project if
yeah,
you're, there are unique conditions. So these are the other site photos, the second page of site photos that show the neighbor connections in the rear and around. So I'm happy to kind of walk you through that if you're
I
interested.
don't want to walk through, I want to be assured that you have dealt with it so that the neighbors in 5 years aren't going to be yelling and screaming at the city who can't do anything about it.
I would just.
If you allow me 1 minute, I can
go ahead, you
hit
got
the
it.
key points for
I
you.
would just encourage, it's not in our purview.
Yeah, it's not our purpose.
Yeah, the
so
only part of it.
We're
that-
getting distracted.
The only part of it is if it ends up changing the design to something else that visually is different, right?
And the man said he's already handled it, so.
Yeah,
we
so
should move on.
I'm inclined as well.
Right,
Let's
my
keep
next-
moving on.
My next question is,
Yeah.
have you obtained, or do you think you will be able to obtain necessary clearances to get on the adjoining properties to plaster your property line, line walls?
Commissioner Lenvik, that's,
Not your responsibility, it's the owner's, right?
well, what we have, again, that's why these photos are important. We're fully open along the north side. It's just that's the plan I was looking for. We have a little aerial site plan, which is beautiful. We're fully open here along their parking and along the church property. We actually fall back. There's no building past the commercial property lines. The townhomes step back. So we can work with this neighbor to either accommodate that, or we've done other construction methods that when neighbors aren't as accommodating. The historic buildings, they're actually built together. So one way or another, we have to work very closely with that neighbor and how we deconstruct the rear portions of that, and then how we put the new building in. So we've got cantilevered footings and all kinds of things already. So the issue does come to finishing and how do those two buildings connect. And in our experience, it's to the benefit of both property owners to get that connection correct, just to keep water out of places it doesn't belong. And so we haven't had issues over in the past for those kinds of things. Projects can present challenges, but as we get further along, we can look at details if you're interested in that for final and how that particular area to where the historic structure is might join up over there. The other side's open, so it's more just a
Well, we have
methods
seen,
issue.
we have seen that we've approved buildings that show plaster, that we go out and drive by after they're completed, and there's still a concrete block wall there.
So your
Not even
detail might
painted.
read something like hand butter each block before you put it
Well,
on.
whatever it is.
Anyways, but I don't, yeah, that's a good point, and I think we need to keep.
All right, I have comments, I'll reserve
Okay,
them till
all right, so, and we also have a 5:15 timeline as well, which I think we should be able to wrap up by then. So I do want to run through, let's go to comments now, and I want people to focus, and we'll just run down quickly. I think some of the key questions we want to focus on are, this is coming for project design approval, so that's can the project compatibility findings and major alterations findings be met? And we also, the question of the 3D simulation, which is I believe the Planning Commission talked about, which would have been nice, but I think for me, I'm content with where we got to with the explanations. But it would be nice to visualize some of the massing here or design. It's story poles or 3D visualizations in terms of if we're trying not to do story poles. So we have story poles, so at least in my mind, for the 3D simulations, I haven't heard anyone else be asking for them. I think that at least for this stage, it seems like it is not needed, although we could ask for it for the later stage, especially for refinements or whatever. Let's see, and so I want to run through and have everyone's comments on whether they're seeing it's approvable for design, project design approval, and whether it's meeting the findings. One finding that was for the story pole, and I think is for discussion or at least weighing in on, is the finding that we have to make for views of the Riviera. As a note for anyone in the public that's watching, the personal private views are not protected by HLC or by for our consideration. Public views from the public right-of-way to the Riviera Ocean Mountains, those are things that we need to consider, and so I think that's going to be part of the discussion. But I did want to note that in terms of the direct neighbors, as long as the other applicable rules are all met, then it's not, unfortunately, if you're seeing a large building that you don't want to see, but that fits all the rules and fits well within, and in this case, it's actually lower than, the vast majority of the building is lower than the height limit by many feet, it's what's it called, not a protected thing. And then, so with that, if we'll run down on any other particular comments that you want to make as well, we'll run it down. We'll start with Commissioner Jordan and then Commissioner Butler.
I'll try to make my comments as brief as possible. First of all, the drawings, the watercolors that we saw here differ in some details from the set that we were sent. And I would hope the next time everything matches up. And that addresses one of the issues that we got in a public comment. So for the next time, I will make a comment about height. The public here and the people in Sacramento all agree that there's a need for more housing, although there's disagreements about how to get there. And what this means for a place like Santa Barbara is it's transitioning from a small town in which in a neighborhood like this, the trees are often taller than the buildings, to a small city, more urban, in which the buildings are often taller than the trees. I found the story poles very helpful. I am inclined to support this project. I also recognize that although this is the first, it is clear, given the pressure on housing, it will not be the last along this street. So I am sympathetic to the concern about the change in scale, but the city is transitioning, and at one level, there's an agreement that we need more housing, and the disagreement is always in the details. But I am supportive of this project.
Okay. Commissioner Butler?
I do have one question. I think it's for the city. I had a note that is there a waiver for the setback that we need to address in our comments, or did I misunderstand that?
Through the chair, Commissioner, so those are for state density bonus. Those are just granted waivers.
Okay.
There's no action needed to be taken by the commission. It's done by staff.
I just want
Thank
to
you.
make sure. I'm supportive of the project. I think the design is a very good design. I did go and look at the story poles, and there's no question that this is a large structure, especially when the adjacent are single story or whatever. But I think the design is presented as very strong and compelling, and I would support overall the design.
Okay. Vice Chair Uli?
I agree with what they said.
All right. Commissioner Lenvik?
Yes, I have one concern, which may not, if it can't be addressed, may not get my vote. And that is the ground floor residential units facing Milpa Street. Our community urban design guidelines pretty clearly state that there have to be pedestrian-friendly frontages in the commercial areas. And I don't consider these residential units and their patios or whatever pedestrian-friendly in a commercial zone. So I can't support. I think the design's fine. I just think the use is wrong on the ground floor.
So actually, tied to that, reminded me, I actually had a question after I've been calling to this. I was going to come to it late at the end when my turn for comment. But I did have a question about that, because I had a similar thing. Could you go to plan? It might, and I think where I was wrestling with it was, and actually it was brought up to me today when I was looking at the story polls by someone who was standing there, was a comment to me was that, and I didn't talk to him about it, but I just listened. The comment to me was that there's basically a lot of undesirable activities at night that happen here, and having ground floor residential was a bad move, basically, in terms of what actually happens. Which made me, when I was looking at the plan, think, is there a way of flipping it so you're not entering, or somehow not entering off of the street and instead entering from within in some aisle or something? I don't know that it's possible without losing certain things, but or is there some other way of not having the residential right off of it? So, because I do think that both for, and it's similar to what you're saying, but also ideally it would be public, a more public space and not such a private space that's right on this, on such a major street. So
Flipping it doesn't change the fact that it's not urban friendly, not pedestrian friendly. So,
well, I think it does a little better anyways, but.
Well, I am inclined, if this is the plan we're going to live with, I'm inclined to not support it, because I feel very strongly that we don't want to see Milpa Street all of a sudden become, ground floor residential up and down when it's not that now. And I don't think it ever should be. I'm all for the housing on the upper floors, so on and so forth, but not taking away the retail, commercial, office component that is part of the nature of that street. I can't support that. You said that your arch to get into the garage or into the area and back was mandated by the fire department. How tall is that bottom of that arch?
Chair Lenwick, we should have to measure the drawing. I don't know that we have a dimension on it. 13.6 is what's clear requirement.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It appears to be more than that, but I could be wrong.
The spring point is 13,
Yeah.
so it goes higher.
I think that speaking to the design, that the entry, that entry arch is too thin, 4 or 5 feet, whatever. It's too thin. It's got to be more substantial. It's got to be enough that when you see it from the side or whatever coming down Milpa Street, that you see some substance there. So that's my only critique on the design itself. But I'm concerned about the change of the character of the neighborhood when we lose pedestrian-friendly qualities that are part of the urban design guidelines that we've got to continue to enforce if we want to maintain the character of that community, of that neighborhood and community.
Okay, Commissioner Ensberg.
Thank you. Thank you, as always, for your great presentation. It's really beautiful. I'm going to limit my comments to what I think is our purview, which is the size, bulk, and scale, and the design. I'm not going to talk about drainage or anything else. I think that it is a beautiful design, but let me back up once and say that I really appreciate that you've kept it to 3 stories. And I think that this whole issue of what's going on Milpas is just what it is. That's what it is. And you are within the legal, limits of what you can do there. I think that there's some things that should be done about it, but we're not there. So I thank you for keeping to the 3 stories and for including the historic, very important. And I would just urge you to, if there's any way that you can bring it down a little bit, that would be great, if you can. And that's all I'll say about the size, bulk, and scale. But I certainly understand the neighbors' concerns and everything else. On the design, I want to say that I think it is really beautiful, and I have no major things to say about it, except for, and I know for you guys, this will be very easy. And when here at HLC, we always say, how do we know that we're in Santa Barbara? We look at the building and say, do we know where we are? And in this case, I would say, how do we know that we're on Milpas? What's the unique thing about Milpas? We don't have good guidelines for over there, but yet it is a very unique area. I wish we did, because I think there's great opportunity for more, what's the Milpas poetry, I guess is what I would say. What is that? And I put that to you as a challenge because I know that you can do it. I'd like to see, this building right now is beautiful. I could see it on State Street easily. Up on, just down from Milpas. We've done a couple of buildings recently, and I could see this fitting in perfectly over there. I think this needs to have something new that we haven't seen before, and that's what I'm kind of putting out as a challenge to you. I would like to see more art, more color. I noticed that you do have awnings of different colors, but they're pretty muted. I think you could pump it up, in my opinion. My colleagues might totally disagree. But I think for Milpas, something more, in that Latino vibe, something really lumpy walls. I appreciated that you, softened the edges, and you did say you're going to have a hand trowel. But, something more handmade looking. And also you have walls where you could have murals. And I think about Ortega Park and the murals over there. How do you include the community and bring something to this building that is like nowhere else in town? I also think about the garage doors, which I think are really nice. You could do stencils. Jeff Shelton has done that, stencil work on those kinds of doors. So that's what I wanted to say, let's see something, I appreciate everything you guys have done. It's really good. I don't have issues about all the other stuff, how you've arranged it. I just would like to see, so I am on Milpas Street right now. So that's what I'm going to just say about it, and I'll stop there. And thank you so much. I look forward to see what you guys do next. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Lodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. General agreement with particularly the first three speakers. I think it's a handsome building. As the person who, by coming up with what became the AUD idea, the first map that I drew included the areas around downtown, La Cumbre Plaza. I thought that was, and it did not include Milpas Street, because Milpas Street is its own thing. And just as Commissioner Ensberger has been saying, but the council saw fit to include it in the high priority overlay zone. So I think it's a handsome building. I kind of like the residential on the front. If there are problems there, they're like eyes on the street, which is different. And also, having done a lot of research on Santa Barbara's history and planning history, it was designed with way too much commercial. And so, and we've seen that there are empty stores on empty commercial spaces because there isn't the demand for that now. So anyway, I support the project.
All right, Commissioner Drury.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur with Commissioner Lenvick's concern about street-level living, but I do like the project. If that could be somehow solved, I know that whole row of tiendas are being eliminated in this project, right? From the driveway of the car wash down toward Coda, there's a whole row of small shops that are going to be gone, correct? No? Or are we talking about going the other way? Well, is that the way of the Mecca? Oh, just not just the car wash, right?
We're the car wash frontage and La Pachanga.
Oh, okay. So, but still, I think the idea of street level living on Milpas is going to be loud and it's going to be potentially dangerous, but I do support the project. I think your drawings are fantastic. And they look like sort of Spanish villas or Spanish cities. And I reluctantly support it in terms of the view shed being erased, basically, of the Riviera, but I do support the project. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so, and with my comments, I'll just, I'll add one comment, which is just be part of the comments later, which I'm guessing that most others will agree with, but just a minor one that I realized I hadn't mentioned was the sidewalk running into the building. Something needs to be done there. So you're not walking along looking, and whether it's landscape or angled or something, I know, but I think something, not necessarily drastic, but something that softens that or gets you to work around it a little bit.
So if you're on your phone, you don't run into a wall.
Yeah, exactly. Or at least you run into a bush first and then the wall. Or that there's something even, or combination of things, or even something decorative on the wall that gives you a visual that you're looking at, because just walking down that sidewalk, seeing just the corner sticking out and like visually block, like hit you in between the eyes with a pole kind of thing. So anyways, just something.
Pachanga corner. Okay, I was
Yeah.
picturing the other way.
Yeah, so some way of transitioning the sidewalk in a better way, whatever that is. And if something that we need to support and might help with other departments seeing that as an important thing for us, that could be a thing too. So I'm happy to do it, but it would just be a note to study that more with our encouragement, assuming that others kind of agree that that's, if there is anything that any way of making that better. And then my other comments will be, so I think we do need 3D views, not for this at this level, but for some of the refinements, and not for as a simulation, but as definitely 3D views looking around at different angles, and to really understand the whole project. And I would highly suggest coming back in progress as you're before just coming back for final, which you guys are usually quite good about coming back in progress with progress drawings when it's coming from project, assuming it gets project design approval today. And then I agree with the other comments, and I'll summarize those as we go forward here. Also, especially appreciating that it's 3 stories, not 4 stories, which it could be. I would also, just as because you guys are the sort of first ones jumping in and making the big splash in terms of a size of a building, the reality is it's zoned for that, and that was a intentional decision by a whole planning process to make Milpas bigger in this way. Now, obviously, it needs to incorporate all the historic architecture in a very sensitive way, which you guys have done wonderfully, and I hope other projects are able to do it as well. Inherently in this is a large public street that has been designated as a large, big public street with big buildings up against a single family residence type of project. So there's this inherent conflict in what has been zoned as how this large main street, and then things right adjacent to it that are very small. So inherent in this is where we've set ourselves up for this conflict in this way. And so the goals are going to be to mitigate it in the best way possible, which I think you guys have done a fantastic job of. So I just want to note that, because this is one of the first, and obviously as these projects come along, it'll be easier and easier because there's other big projects so that they're relating to. But I do also want to be at least aware of that and sensitive to that, because it's a reality and we're going to be seeing it a lot. I also want to be note of trees do make a big difference in that too, because as you have big trees, the buildings don't seem as big, right? Because they have mostly, you walk up State Street and you can't even tell what's beyond 1 story or 2 story for lots of the blocks. And so, because there's so much tree coverage. But anyways, I just wanted to note that as a general comment too, because especially there were other public comments and that we received as well, and I think that's inherent in the reality here, and you guys are just the first ones to do it in this area. So, all right, and I also agree. I think two thoughts on the residential ground floor. I may or may not have mentioned it last time. It didn't get into the minutes for sure. I do think that going forward, right, especially at the pre-application stage or conceptual stage when they're just first finding out things, if we do feel strongly, and obviously we're split on this point, I do feel strongly about main public roads that are very dense and tall should generally, the lower floor should be a more public floor of whatever that is, and that's our guidelines as well. And I think that makes a lot of sense. On quieter streets with still large buildings, which are going to be coming and are here, having residential on ground floor that's actually makes a lot of sense, and it can work totally fine. But I do think just as a traditional building city type, the more dense downtown taller areas tend to be proper for having it more public street frontage, even if you do on the back side of that ground floor residential, but it's just not the street frontage. So anyways, that's just a note. And
I agree with that.
And I think in future, if we feel that way, we need to say it right out of the gate so that there's very clear direction. So I'll support this project either way, especially because I didn't make a strong enough case at the beginning, and I don't think that
It's all your fault.
yeah, exactly. And I think if I feel strongly about something, I should say it right out of the gate, because that's what the whole point of conceptual review is. So, anyways, that's where I'll follow with my vote as well. I'm going to summarize the comments. I'll take a shot at that, and then let's see if we have a motion for PDA with those comments, or we need to edit them, or if there's not, if it's not ready for PDA that people feel. So,
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just I'd like to remind
Commissioner
the
Lodge.
rest of the commissioners that a very large project has been approved across the street in the 700 block.
That's true. Yeah.
And it has residential on the ground floor.
Yeah.
Part
Yeah.
of it.
Yeah. It could be wrong too.
It hasn't gone ahead. It hasn't gone ahead.
It hasn't gone ahead yet. Okay, that's a good note for the public as well. This is not the first to be reviewed as a large project. I'll make the following comments, and then we'll see what we have as a motion. So, as it goes forward, the following comments are for the building design to the details and computer renderings and computer drawings to reflect more the design of the watercolors. One note on that, I'm sure they will, but because your hand drawings have it all over, but like Muntins, you have it in all I didn't see it in the drawings that we had, things like that, but I know that those haven't been developed yet. Another note.
Drawing should be consistent.
Yeah, drawing should be consistent and
Coordinated.
towards the watercolors, not towards the where we're seeing as the Revit right now. And actually, I should have started with one that we thank the applicant for their continued development of the project, and we are very supportive and feel it's exceptionally good design, and that it incorporates the historic building very well. So we thank you for that and for the restoration of the historic building. All right, so additional notes, the entry arch to be thicker, and I think this will also be part of the three-dimensional views and studies and that, but the entry arch to be thicker for the fire truck and drive. To come back with multiple three-dimensional views from all sides so that we can see the forms of the building and the detailing of it. We appreciate the 3 stories instead of 4, and the sensitivity of stepping the building back and the way in which all the roofs step back, so that while it increases housing in a very good way, it also blocks the Riviera to the least, it's the least possible of a three-story. And we would also appreciate additional study if there is any other way of lowering the roof anymore, especially in the highest parts. All right. To incorporate more Milpas poetry. So that's the first time you guys have officially got the the term coined for you. And we appreciate all that you have done to design and make it, but to continue to refine the design so that it has a strong feeling of being on Milpas and tied to the Milpas expression of Santa Barbara's Spanish colonial revival. And I'll let you, the other particular comments you can just listen to the tape or the recording. Okay, let's see, sidewalk transition. So to soften the sidewalk jog around the building on the front entry as much as possible, and knowing that Historic Landmarks Commission would like that to be as gentle as possible if there's any way of working with. So what's the department that is giving you trouble? Is it
Transportation or engineering.
Transportation?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's their sidewalks, so it'll be an
Yeah.
encroachment wherever we end up.
Yeah.
Like the railroad.
Yeah. So we would really appreciate working with a softer transition so it's not a 90-degree. And okay, so let's see, any other, I would also say some commissioners are, I don't want to say against, but I would say concerned about, yeah, that's great, good, Commissioner Drury, concerned about having ground floor on the street fronting residential. And the challenges that could bring. And then I think that's all for my comments. What did I miss from what people can remember? Just as comments, because wherever this goes, those are.
I felt that the entry arch structure was too narrow, too thin.
Yeah, I got that. Okay. Yeah. All right. Any others? Everyone feels okay. And that we look forward to an in progress review, so that it's on the record too.
Do you want to make a comment about, we don't have any modifications, do we? All right, good.
Pardon my interruption, Mr. Chair. I was just going to comment that just keep in mind that the plans, if you do grant project design approval, I know there hasn't been a motion yet, but if you do grant project design approval, the plans that were linked to the agenda are the plans that will be held to the standard for substantial conformance. So any differences with the watercolors that you reviewed, you should maybe comment them on your motion so that we have it in the record that that's what you looked at.
Okay,
Because
yeah.
we don't want to violate.
Sure.
Yeah.
So
to avoid a
then
burn-off
we'll say
violation.
that from the plans that were on the record that were submitted are still lack poetry, but the plans shown in the meeting today with watercolors show the direction, and our direction is to make the two being the same, which with the computer drawings to conform to the watercolors shown in this review. Okay, is that work? Okay. Okay. All right, so with those comments, does
Chair?
anyone want to try a motion?
Does that also includes what you just said, and then plus everything else you just said?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll make a motion for project design approval as requested and make the following compatibility findings and minor alteration findings. That the commission finds that the project is consistent with our design guidelines, that the project is compatible with the architectural character of the city and its neighborhood, that the project is of appropriate size, mass, bulk, height, and scale. The commission finds that it is sensitive to the landmark which it is restoring. There are issues with views of the, well, not the ocean, but of the mountains, but they are not important. Use of open space and landscaping is appropriate. Minor alterations to historic resource is primarily made to restore the resource to its original appearance or in order to substantially aid its preservation. And all of this is consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards.
Second.
All right, got a motion and a second under discussion. Any more discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Sorry.
Oh, wait.
Sorry to, just, to be, when we're going
Oh,
through
wait,
those,
actually,
we go
sorry.
through those, sorry, you go ahead.
One more thing, and then it'll be yours.
Mhm.
Because does the maker and the seconder of the motion want to include all of the comments I made? 'Cause,
Oh, of course.
Okay.
Yes.
just wanna-
I think
wanna
that
make
is
sure,
a
'cause-
default. That
Well,
is the default.
I want to make sure because, yeah, it wasn't explicitly said. Okay, I'll go to
Yes, and
Commissioner.
that's getting to what I was just going to kind of say too, is that, because when we go through the findings, we're saying that the design meets, but we also have these additional.
All the additional
All the
comments
comments,
will continue.
So I'm sorry if I'm.
No, that was great. 'Cause
But
that-
I
that
just want to
actually
be sure that that's
reminded me that,
very clear. yeah.
Because I was waiting for Vice Chair Uli to finish, and then I was going to ask him that, and I forgot in the meantime because it's so long. Okay.
Thank you.
So many findings. All right. Okay, so under discussion, any more discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll begin with Commissioner Lodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Butler.
Yes.
Commissioner Drury.
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik.
No.
Would you like to provide a reason?
Well, get the rest of, you may have more no's coming up here.
Okay, I'll come back. Vice Chair Uli
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. Commissioner Lenvik.
My no is, I don't believe that the design is consistent with the community urban design guidelines, which suggest that pedestrian-friendly qualities be provided on the first floor.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Lenvik. All right, anything else? All right. So with that, there's a 10-day appeal period to City Council. And that is it. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations. And meeting is adjourned.
Oh, really?
Oh, wait, do we need to tell the?
if you could just announce the postponement of.
Oh,
item
yes.
7.
So, item 7, single-family streamlining project, discussion item is being postponed to
To December 3rd, 2025.
December 3rd, 2025. All right, thank you. And with that, I'll adjourn.